was happening. He delivered a speech which no one was expecting, but he said that he is declaring war on Ukraine. A military operation in Ukraine is now about to begin. I'm Aaron Young at Ticker News World Headquarters. We have breaking news for you this hour. We're interrupting our feed from the United Nations, which, as it was underway, President Putin has now just declared war on Ukraine. These pictures coming from the United Nations. President Putin making a mockery of a UN emergency meeting brought by Western powers and by Ukraine. While this was happening, he delivered a speech which no one was expecting, but he said that he is declaring war on Ukraine. A military operation in Ukraine is now about to begin. I'm Aaron Young at Ticker News World Headquarters. We have breaking news for you this hour. We're interrupting our feed from the United Nations, which, as it was underway, President Putin has now just declared war on Ukraine. These pictures coming from the United Nations. President Putin making a mockery of a UN emergency meeting brought by Western powers and by Ukraine. While this was happening, he delivered a speech which no one was expecting, but he said that he is declaring war on Ukraine. A military operation in Ukraine is now about to begin. I'm Aaron Young at Ticker News World Headquarters. We have breaking news for you this hour. We're interrupting our feed from the United Nations, which, as it was underway, President Putin has now just declared war on Ukraine. These pictures.
So I'm getting news here that Putin has just officially declared war on the Ukraine. That's Russia has now declared war on the Ukraine. How do you guys feel about this? I wanted to go live. In fact, I was just kind of getting ready for bed. Yeah, check. Okay, you guys can hear me. I'm actually gonna go to the invite only room here. Just for a bit. Let's see. I'm keeping an eye on Twitter. Yeah, explosions in Kiev, Odessa, science ultimatum with Jason Torn. You guys, when you're stopping by, make sure you hit the like button while you're here. This is big world news right now. Horrible stuff. Yeah, this is yeah, this is rough stuff. So what do you guys think? We're going to have a lot of Americans weighing in here in the chat. Those of you, just kind of maybe say what part of the world you're from, and when you do get into the chat, and let me know what you think. Canada has sent over a lot of aid. I'm a Canadian. We've sent over a lot of aid to help support the Ukrainians, and I agree with this. I mean, if there's some kind of diplomatic measures taken where certain parts of the Ukraine want to, separate and become part of Russia, and that's done diplomatically, I'm fine with that. But we can't have people going into other countries and declaring war like it's fucking the 1940s. Like, come on. This is, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of suffering because of this. I'm going to see if Don wants to join me here. Yeah, let me know what you guys think in the chat here. No, there's been an actual declaration of war, Tyler. You might not have seen this. I'm going to give you guys a link. There's a breaking news link here, coming from a few international news sources. But here's one. So yeah, Tyler, go have a look here. Drop a like when you guys get here. I think we're going to keep an eye on this all night. I'm going to grab myself a Monster energy drink and plow through this. Yeah, there has been an official declaration of war. This happened in a UN meeting. I'm going to play these details that are coming from one report here for you guys. This is from Ticker News. You guys will be able to hear this.
I'm Aaron Young at Ticker News World Headquarters. We have breaking news for you this hour, and we're interrupting our feed from the United Nations, which, as it was underway, President Putin has now just declared war on Ukraine. These pictures coming from the United Nations. President Putin making a mockery of a UN emergency meeting brought by Western powers and by Ukraine. While this was happening, he delivered a speech which no one was expecting, but he said that he is declaring war on Ukraine. A military operation in Ukraine is now about to begin.
All right, drop a like when you guys get in the room, share this stream.
I'm Aaron Young at Ticker News World Headquarters. We have breaking news for you this hour, and we're interrupting our feed from the United Nations, which, as it was under
just going to share this information around. You guys tell me what you think of this. I want to know. Make sure you drop the like button. I want to make sure all of our subs get to see this now that we're live. Andy Rovere, Andy R, our comedian on our show together, says, I really struggle to emphasize with people who instigate this shit. Fuck war, fuck starting shit. I'm a fun guy, says Cold War all. Just getting this shared out there. If you guys could help me out by sharing this stream, I would appreciate that. Just trying to spread the word.
Hey, Trav.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Hey, I just wanted to pop in, do little updates, and I'm going to go back to reading my sources and stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So right now, basically, while the UN Security Council was being held in response to the operation in eastern Ukraine, Vladimir Putin declared war on Ukraine.
Yep.
It was a very, very tense scene between the president of the Security Council, who's the representative from the Russian Federation, who was in the middle of speaking with the Ukrainian representative, where he asked him to call Putin right now on the phone and stop the war. He dodged the question, and right now there are statements being made by the UK, Germany, and the United States on the Security Council. For those who don't know, there have been 3 explosions already heard in Kiev. They're not sure what the source is, but anecdotes are saying that it's missiles being struck on the airport. That's what I have so far. I'm going to go back to watching, listening, curating, and I'll be back with an update in about 5 to 10 minutes.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Don. I'm going to keep rolling here.
No problem.
Thank you. That was Don with an update. We do have chats going on our Discord server, you guys. So it looks like people are in the philosophy tab at the moment. I'm going to try and get some more updates, but I want to make sure I share this with our Facebook peeps. The fact is here, you guys, that it might turn out that the West decides that they're all going to be allied in protection of the Ukrainian sovereignty, and if that happens, then this may be a big deal.
So this sucks.
Yeah. I just need to focus for 2 seconds. I just want to get these posts out.
Right, sorry.
If anyone jumps in here, Andy, who's not invited, just we can kick them out. Just
you mean like me?
no, you're fine.
Yeah, right.
Okay, we got that. What up, John Wick? Hello, everyone. Please do drop your comments. What do you think of this? Russia has officially declared war on the Ukraine. Don just gave us an update. There's a meeting happening, I believe he said, between the Western leaders. I'm gonna go live on Facebook here too. Get the live stream going on the Facebook page. Yeah, this is a dark day, you guys. I don't know what's going to be born out of this war. These things can escalate very quickly. This is a big, large, powerful, prideful nation in Russia. They've started a war with another nation. An ally, right? So let's go live here. Andy, can you keep an eye on what's going on Twitter and anywhere else? See if you can find any more information. That'd be great.
Yeah, okay, I'll go to see what's going on.
Yeah, Twitter will probably have the quickest access to videos, new videos. I've seen some bombing videos already. I'm not going to show them on here. Yeah, drop your guys' comment. I really want to hear your guys' thoughts here.
Explosions heard across Ukraine. Fuck.
Yeah, so you guys, it's official that Russia has declared war on the Ukraine. The Western leaders are meeting right now. Don't panic. It's never a good time to panic.
I don't even understand how this happened.
This just happened, you guys. So just happened. There were some international news stations that broke the news, and I just turned on and came on. We have Don running research right now. He's going going to be bringing us updates every 10 to 15 minutes. Andy, I hope you can stay with me.
Yeah.
The Russian...
Now is as good a time as any to be cool with your friends, you know?
Yeah, Don Prager will be giving us updates. You guys can see him in the chat there. Thank you so much, Don.
Yeah. He's calling it a special military
I
operation.
suggest if you guys want to see what's going on with any of the footage, you should probably get on Twitter. I guess we'll show, you know what, we'll show what we find here. So Andy, if you find some stuff on Twitter, you can send it to me, and as long as it's appropriate based on YouTube's rules, we will share it. But yeah, I'm gonna stay rolling, you guys. This is big stuff. Let me get this. And I don't know if this is going to be shut down. I don't know why it would, this live stream, but Who knows, right? Okay,
See what
webcam. I'm going to. What's going on here? Share screen.
Biden put out something.
What did Biden say?
He put out a tweet. The prayers of the world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces.
Yeah.
President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. And there's a link to whitehouse.gov. I'm not sure if there's more there. Yeah, it looks like he made a longer statement on whitehouse.gov. Yeah, see, this is kind of one of my first thoughts.
Can you find that longer statement?
Yeah, let me. Is there a way that I could share that with you?
Is there anyone from the Ukraine in the chat? If anyone does come by, I have some Ukrainian friends. Yeah, I'm just getting the live stream running on Facebook, my dudes.
Well, do you want me to read this?
Yeah,
it's not
go
that
ahead.
long.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. So let's see. Yes, Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. I will be monitoring the situation from the White House this evening and will continue to get regular updates from my national security team. Tomorrow, I will meet with my G7 counterparts in the morning and then speak to the American people to announce the further consequences the United States and our allies and partners will impose on Russia for this needless act of aggression against Ukraine and global peace and security. We will also coordinate with our NATO allies to ensure a strong, united response that deters any aggression against the alliance. Tonight, Jill and I are praying for the brave and proud people of Ukraine.
You guys, please hit the like button as soon as you can right now. It has nothing to do with trying to get the likes up for this stream. I just want to make sure that our subscribers get this information as quickly as they need to get it.
This is awful, but that was kind of a strong response from Biden. I don't know if.
Yeah. What do you? I mean, yeah. Look. This is not. Yeah, I mean, Biden's got it. Look, the world. Look, I have to say this: if things do escalate in a terrible way here, we need Biden and the Americans to be united and strong here.
Well, I mean, him, or at least the position that he holds, in theory, is the most powerful man in the world.
Yeah, so, and I'm glad Biden's awake, or else I'd be like, wake that fucker up.
No. Yeah, well, no, that was my first thought, was like, oh, great, so there's war, and who's our president? Mr. fucking Biden. Well, that's...
Well, I mean... that's democracy, right?
Yeah, but...
Oh, my phone is going insane right now. I'm not going to be able to keep up with that.
This sounds like a... I'm not even claiming that he actually wrote this. Not to knock on the president too hard at times.
Let's not delve into too much about what we don't know quite yet.
But that's a good response. That's a good response. I like what he said. I like the statement about Russia being held accountable, because I really don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, if some of you agree with Putin's move here, I would like to hear your opinion too. Anyone, just drop your take in the comment section here. We'll eventually get some of you on the air here. I'm sure this is going to be a busy stream. Again, make sure you guys hit the like button for the sake of all of our subscribers seeing this. The more that you hit that like button, the more that they'll be notified. Of course, I hope they're getting notifications wherever, but just to be on the safe side so that people get this notification. Everyone on Facebook, there's been an official declaration of war. Putin has declared war. The Russians have declared war on the Ukraine. This is being reported by international news stations. You guys can join us on YouTube. If you want to hear anyone we bring on to give updates, you'll have to be on YouTube to be able to hear this. I'll give you guys the the stream in the Facebook chat here. So if you just go in the Facebook comment section, you can come and find us on YouTube. We're at youtube.com/Pangburn. Anything new, Andy?
Yeah, sorry, I was getting preoccupied. Seeing other coverage of.
Hey, Jason, I'll let you know when we're going to let people in to comment. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Travis. I know you wanted me to be on top of that. Yes, Putin is gonna. He says Russia is going to conduct a military operation.
Tristan, so Fateh brings up a good thing that we must talk about. He says, I'm going to have to get out of this city. It's definitely a prime location to be nuked. Everyone, do not panic. Don't start panicking. So much more terribleness than anything that's already happened or might happen is going to come out of panicking. So let's chill. It's something might happen diplomatically overnight. We're going to follow this really closely. Of course, we all know, the weapons technology that we have on the planet right now. And, I hope, my hope, of course, you guys know my moral foundation is maximizing well-being for myself and those around me. And, everyone gets that moral consideration from me, right? So if I want to maximize well-being for myself and those around me, let's keep calm. Let's stay together. If anyone needs my help, anything I can do, tell me in some way. If you write in the comment section, send me an email, travis@pang-burn.com. Any way that we can dedicate Pangburn resources and our community to assisting when we don't know what's going to happen in the next 24 hours here with decision making by the people we have elected democratically. Let's just hang in there and not panic. That's the key thing. Let's not panic.
I just got two things from Don.
Okay.
According to some guy named Michael
Speak
Schwartz.
up nice and loud, Andy. Thanks.
All right. So this is a statement that he's sending me from a guy named Michael Schwartz.
Yeah.
Ukraine's foreign minister, Dmytro Kuleba.
Yeah, I'm
not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So he said on Twitter, Vladimir Putin had started a, quote, full-scale...
Let's get... Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, you were right. You were right. My bad.
Full-scale war against Ukraine and has begun shelling civilian cities. This is a war of aggression, he wrote. Ukraine will defend itself and win.
5 minutes ago. So, yeah, Andy, you're right. Yeah. So according to, this is Michael Schwartz of the New York Times, is that? I believe so.
I'm only seeing a portion of what Don sent me.
Oh, okay, maybe not. But yeah, we are seeing some information that some cities may be getting shelled. Let's see if we can.
Yeah. Ukraine will defend itself and win. The world must act and stop Putin. It's time to act immediately. So that's Ukraine.
I'm going to see what Twitter's got trending here. I'll open my Twitter window. Anyone who's there on Facebook, join us on YouTube. I gave you guys the YouTube link there. Andy, if you could also keep an eye on the YouTube chat as well, so we don't miss anything if there's an update.
Let's see here.
Fuck.
Saddens me to find Russian accounts apparently run by people backing Putin. Yeah, that is disturbing, Boris, if you see that.
Taiwan is trending. Want to know who is very nervous right now. Taiwan.
Thank you, Don. Don, if you're watching right now, thank you. Don just sent me a message saying he'll send better updates.
Yeah.
There's another There's another update he also sent with the first one. Australia is placing travel bans and sanctions on 8 Russians. So Australia has joined the effort to punish Russia for its aggression in Ukraine with targeted travel bans and financial sanctions that will be imposed on 8 individuals on Russia's National Security Council.
World
Prime
War
Minister
III is now trending on Twitter, by the way, the
That's
hashtag.
not we can't call it that, right?
No, I know. I'm updating what's going on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, let's not jump the gun, you guys. And any of yeah, and like I said, anyone who needs to reach out for help, assistance, our Penguin community has a lot of people that are here to help. If you need to talk to experts in any field, we have people from all kinds of fields that can help, and you know, and if you're feeling lonely or whatever, come on to the Discord server. You guys know how to get here. I'll give you guys the link if you don't. There'll be conversations happening all night, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, if you're feeling lonely, you just want some people to chat to, there we go. Yeah, there's been bombs heard, and I saw some videos that it looks like some bombs in Kiev. So let's see.
It was Kiev, and I want to say some other place. Let me go back to Twitter and see if I can find it.
I want to see.
No, it might have just been Kiev. No, yeah, Kiev and Kharkiv.
Let's try to get a map, Andy. If you could Google to see if there's a map where we can understand exactly where it's being hit right now.
Right. Sorry, I'm also trying to.
Yeah, no worries. I know we're doing lots here. Where's Justin Trudeau's freaking account here? So Trudeau's latest update: spent some time with Alex, someone, and the Ukrainian Congress today. We spoke about the situation in Ukraine, and I let them know that Canada will continue to be there for people of Ukraine. Our support for them and the right to determine their own future will never waver. And this was an hour ago. I haven't seen there's no update there from Trudeau yet. Hey, let's see what Boris Johnson's saying. Eight hours, haven't seen anything. Let's see if we can find something from Boris Johnson's office.
Huh. Okay, so I obviously was not paying as close attention as maybe I should have, because I didn't.
That's right. Hey, Wise, we'll invite you up here when we open it up for extra takes, okay, brother?
Yeah, okay, so I'm looking at a map right now. I see Kharkiv. I really hope I'm pronouncing that right, but
Can you send me the map, Andy, and I'll display it?
Okay, well, it's in a New York Times article, so let me try and send that.
Yeah, thanks. You guys remember to hit the like button again. We want to make sure all of our audience is notified, and anyone else, of what's going on in the world right now. Oh shit. Oh, on that's on Facebook.
This came out 41 minutes ago. I'm not sure if this is just one of the first things. There could be better results, but just trying to find a way where I could find and see where Kharkiv is relative to Kiev.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that'll do. Okay, so I'm looking on if you look at the YouTube stream. Okay, I see. So Kiev sits right there. All right, you guys. So this is a little map that Andy was able to find. If you guys have any more information, feel free to come onto the Discord server here. And
I think if you scroll down, you find a more.
Is there more detail there?
Yeah, with the rest of the article, it's more detailed. But
okay.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of far apart from each other, Kiev and Kharkiv. I really hope I'm pronouncing that right, but I'm probably not.
Well, of course, that New York Times article. Ugh, really? It's gonna make me sign up here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Make me. I guess I already signed up. Huh.
Yeah, we need to let's try to find some that. I think the New York Times, you have to sign up for everything they have, but
Yeah.
let's see.
I don't even remember doing that.
I'm gonna see some
I guess I did.
updates here.
There's an interactive map on liveuamap.com. Man, this is complicated.
Renaissance Novice says, big question is, does Winnie the Pooh go into Taiwan, and does Iran take the Strait of Hormuz? Russia, China, Iran, new Axis powers.
What's Iran been doing?
Yeah, make sure you guys drop a like on the stream. We're going to keep things rolling here. Probably.
Yeah, so this is like, I was not too interested in this. I wasn't looking too hard into this back when it was just Russia being weird with Ukraine.
Right.
But what is their interest with the region? What did Putin feels entitled to it? What's been happening?
Joe Byron says Biden's fault, by the way. How is this Biden's fault? Let's hear your reasoning here. Yeah, this is so here's a video I'm going to show you guys. Actually, I'm going to try and play it. You guys can see yeah, you guys can see the video there. This is some videos. I believe this is Kiev. I'm going to take a look at it after this video finishes. Damn. Oh, this is some scary shit, guys. But again, no panicking. It's just, you know, as Bruce says, the depravity of man. This is this is outside Kharkiv, apparently. I'm going to have to work on my pronunciations of these.
I really don't like
it. I don't think it was aircraft fire. It looked like artillery fire, but I don't know for sure. Just gonna see. Yeah. I'm going to start the why did my live video end? Oh, they shut down my video on what?
Did they?
They shut down my video just on Facebook.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. I can still see you on YouTube.
Yeah, okay, Facebook just shut down my live stream. I don't know, maybe there's a good reason for this, right?
Getting messages from getting messages from Don.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. I could try again broadcasting on Facebook. I just want to make sure like people are notified as quickly as they can, because sometimes it's important that if people have more time for some reason, I don't know where everyone is around the world, right? I'll do my best to.
I really hope we can just like kind of nip this, but since it's gotten this far, I feel like we might be past that point.
This one's pretty this one's pretty bad, I'm gonna I'll screen share this. Share. Okay, it needs to be set to that. Check. 1. Check. Why isn't that working? Check. Check 1. 1, 2. Okay. Okay, this will piss people off again, but whatever.
Sorry, I'm trying to do other stuff over here. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Okay, so take that off. Continue. I'm going to try. I don't know if there was some glitch or whatever. I'm going to try going live again one more time on Facebook. Man, that mic doesn't seem to be registering. Check. 1, 2. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Losing my sight.
Let's see. Scroll back up a bit. I think I saw something interesting. Oh, I should also read what Don sent me. Says the Ukrainian Interior Ministry says that rocket attacks are targeting Ukrainian fighter jets at an airport outside Kiev. New York Times report, Michael Swartz.
All right, outside Kiev, Ukrainian fighter jets are being targeted. Okay, anyone who's just coming to us on Facebook, we are live on YouTube. You can come over and join us on YouTube. If you only get a glimpse of this, YouTube already shut down Facebook just shut down our last stream. So, yeah, I just, I want to make sure all of you guys know what's going on as soon as possible here. Can you guys hear me on Facebook now? I think my mic wasn't patched before. Again, we are live on YouTube right now. I've given you guys the link in the comment section. Russia has officially declared war on the Ukraine. We're going to be following this all night, and we'll get people stopping by to talk about this. But yeah, this is a big deal. Of course, my hope is after maybe some of these initial aggressive attacks, Russia can be talked down and we can somehow diffuse this diplomatically. But this is terrible stuff, guys. But don't panic. That's my key message. Don't panic. Let our elected officials make some decisions here and see what happens. D Lifering says, yeah, TikToks are military intelligence now. Isn't that wild?
Technology. Why are people so afraid of technology? Technology. Have you seen it? Yeah, I don't know how to react to this situation, honestly. Like, I don't know what...
It's shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. And I really... My initial reaction was, God damn it. Because I don't... Obviously, nobody likes this. Like, nobody likes war. Nobody's cool with this. But, yeah, I don't know what to, like, say about this. Like, I don't want to be insensitive to the... Because it really sucks. And I don't really...
Yeah,
I'm not as informed as maybe
well,
I
what
should
do you
be.
like? What are your like? Are you pretty? Are you for the most part an anti-war guy, Andy? Like war should be the absolute last result.
Oh yeah, like
yeah.
Totally. I honestly, I really don't. I really just I find it kind of hard to think of an example where it's like just think of a hypothetical where it's like, here's what needs to happen if we go to war. And even if I could, it's like I doubt that has been met,
Yeah.
because I don't know. I doubt that Putin's doing what he's doing for any kind of legitimate reason, honestly. And yeah, so no war, right? War sucks, and we all recognize that on some level.
Yeah.
But even the people who declare war, but
well, like, think of how terrifying this must be for people in Kiev and in these cities that are under attack right now. I
can't imagine.
This look, I've been liking what I've been seeing coming out of the mouths out of Western leaders right now.
Yeah.
It seems like the general attitude is this cannot be tolerated, and I mean, here's the scary thing in my mind. A retaliation is acceptable, and that's scary.
I don't know what we need to do, but
do you agree? Do you agree with that? Like, do you agree that, like, because of this just blatant invasion attack,
we need to respond in some way? Absolutely. Like, this cannot be without consequences. What this kind of behavior is unacceptable. We can't have this. And I really hope that doesn't escalate.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Like, if somehow we could soften what's going on right now, and get back to diplomacy, of course there needs to be some kind of punishment for this kind of behavior and this kind of ruthless need for expansion. Some may disagree with me on that, but there's got to be some kind of punishment for this. But if there's some way to diplomatically do this so that we don't break out into all-out war, because that's the implications of that are not good.
I'm gonna try and send you something that Don just sent me.
But guys, I mean, we're just talking about what some possible outcomes here. Don't panic. It's very early times with what's going on here. So let's hang in there and just have some conversations about how we feel about this.
Yeah.
Queen Anne's Revenge says the best action is honestly to escalate as much as possible, as quickly as possible, to show Russia there is mutually assured destruction if they choose to continue. Yeah, I mean, that is one option as well. Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
No, I mean, that's true. Like, because unfortunately, it's like sometimes that kind of language seems like the only kind of language they understand or are willing.
Well, that's a Nivik argument right there, right?
No, but that doesn't make it.
No. I'm saying I'm not saying Nivik's wrong in the war sense. Like, if you're at war, but Nivik will apply that to like day-to-day morality, right?
Well, Nivik applies it too hard, but but when it's stuff like this, when there's a lot on the line, and potentially being too soft has a lot of side effects. Like, you don't want to just keep appeasing Hitler,
Yeah.
But
and you don't want to leave things, and you don't want to make the mistake of leaving things too long, right? Like,
yeah. But I see, because you could overcorrect too. You could respond in some way that only makes it worse. But I don't know. Really, really glad I'm not the one to make the call. I just hope that the right person is.
What would be your course of action, Andy, if you had to act fast right now? what are you going to do? What seems most reasonable to you? Even if you only know that the details are, okay, these cities have been attacked, unprovoked attacks. What
I would do the. I think I would do the first, whatever the first course of action, the first response is when, because Putin has some kind of agreement with UN, right? With the allies, right?
Yeah.
Like there is already an existing understanding that you can't just do this, right?
Yeah.
So there's already in place consequences, like sanctions or whatever they might be. So I would take the first necessary diplomatic level responses. I would not, I would not respond with troops on the ground or whatever. But
Well,
if it gets to a certain point, I guess maybe that might have to be done. But I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure how far this is going to go. I'm not sure.
yeah, but you also, you can't afford to sit back and it's good to think and think these things out. I think you have to put your militaries in an offensive position, right? And that's that alone is a scary prospect, man.
Right. I mean, I would obviously make it clear to Russia right away that they are not doing the right thing, and that,
Oh yeah.
and then the majority of the world, and that they should be concerned that they're not doing the right thing, because that means the majority of the world is not on their side and is saying, "What are you doing right now?"
Yeah, Ukraine says full-scale invasion by Russia is underway as explosions are reported across the country. There was something that I saw. There's something that I saw on Twitter that was saying that Putin referenced something to do with, like, this is partly in response to Ukrainian, certain people in the Ukraine, certain groups of people that have been ostracized and kind of extradited from their communities and stuff. Like, it just didn't seem. I'll see if I can find that quote. I gotta order some. I gotta get some supplies here.
Did you get the
Oh,
links that I sent?
hang on a sec. Did I?
Meanwhile,
I just haven't had any dinner yet.
mm,
Just grabbing my sub. What did you send me?
oh, I sent you two links that Don sent me.
Okay.
One is of a New York Times video of large explosions near Kharkiv, Ukraine. Not sure if maybe you already saw this, because I'm not. It's still loading for me, so I'm not sure if it's the same thing you played. But no, this might be the same thing that you already played. Sorry.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Maybe, but it's kind of hard to tell, because I mean, how different does it have to even look? But
Oh, wow. No, I think this is a new video. I'll blow it up.
yeah, he also sent. Well, you can see it now, probably. It's a tweet. It's a tweet, and I think that's Russian. I don't know what it says, but
This video is having a hard time loading. Let me try reopening it here. Something going on with my internet?
Queen Anne's Revenge says, honestly, the worst part of all this is the Russian civilians will be paying for this for decades to come.
Right.
Yeah, probably. I bet the overwhelming majority of them wish Putin would stop. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't assume that people in Russia are like, yeah, cool, he declared war. If they were, I'd be very surprised.
Well, I wonder if we can pull up. I wonder if there's been any. Well, I'm sure there's lots of Russian reaction out there.
I mean, no, I mean, I'm sure he has support. I mean, he's the leader of the country. He probably has some support. I mean, not entirely democratically elected, but some support would still be inevitable. But I'm sure a lot of people do not want this to be happening in Russia.
It looks like Just Kill It Ho says Russia needs to secure its backyard. What do you guys think about that?
Is that referring to Ukraine being its backyard, or I'm confused?
Right. That's a good question, Andy.
No, but Russia won't fight the USA directly. They wouldn't win. Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I hope they recognize that. It would be bad for both of us, but ultimately I think they would not come out on top. But I mean, it doesn't... Biden may be in charge, but America is still America, so you might not want to push your luck, but I really hope nothing... I really hope this is the peak, and then it just de-escalates continuously, but
Right. Yeah.
But it looks like, it looks, from what Biden said, it looks like the allies are already on this. They're already saying Russia is being a bully, being crazy.
Yeah, man. Shocking stuff, guys.
Yeah, this is not what it's not what you like to see. Not at all. Yeah, I would just absolutely love it if this just ended as quickly as it began.
I mean,
is anybody else having trouble on YouTube? Because for me, it's it's like, for me, it's like loading all weird. It might just be me though. Chad Smith says, "Stop eating in the mic, please." Travis,
Sorry.
Travis, you disgusting slob.
My bad.
Fucking what a jerk. No, sorry.
Come
What
on,
are you
guys.
eating?
This is an ASMR channel.
This is how you soothe the people. It's by eating on mic. What are you eating, Travis?
I'm having a Subway.
Oh boy. How are you gonna eat an underground train system? Man's gotta eat and drink water. He's got a point. Did you think about that, Chad? Huh? Chad Smith over here implying people don't need to eat? Where do you get off? Does anybody agree USA needs to step
Here's
up?
an image
from
of a large explosion in the distance. This looks like a big one.
Durand Lewis is asking, does anybody agree USA needs to step up? I'm not sure what that... We definitely should not sit idly by. I think we need to temper our role a little bit when it comes to like policing the world. Maybe I kind of sympathize with that perspective, but also we can't just let shit pop off and not do anything. So but right now we're reacting with the rest of the nations. According to Biden, there's consequences for this towards Russia that we will be involved in. So I think we're doing what we need to do right now. I don't know what more we could do. I guess that will change with what else might happen. But I really, really would like it if we didn't end up having to do much, because not much more stuff would end up happening. But I don't want too much stuff to happen, which is a really obvious thing to say, I know. But what about Canada? What about
Canada's
Canada?
been shipping lethal arms over to the Ukrainian people for quite some time now. I was looking at a few shipments we've made. Let me pull up.
Oh, crap. That's not useful. I just
What's
you ever
that?
just compulsively like get rid of all the tabs on your phone
Oh,
and then
sometimes.
realize,
Don't they have the
yeah,
delete all tabs button?
no. Oh, do they? I never used. Oh yeah, I have that too. Yeah, I never hit that. I always like swipe all of them off manually. I do it the old-fashioned way. But yeah, I just thoughtlessly did that. But now I'm back on Twitter. But in case I need that. But I just realized, oh wait, I need all of those.
Right.
The just kill it, ho! USA can't do military action. It can be only sanctions. Well, I mean that should be our first reaction, right? Like our first reaction shouldn't be military action, right?
Yeah, we sent a
Oh, you're welcome, Durant.
bunch of weapons over. Canada did. Canada sent a second plane with weapons to the Ukraine for the
Oh,
Ukrainian armed forces.
Queen Anne's revenge says Canada is too busy declaring war on peaceful protesters to help with an actual
Oh
war.
God!
Don't count on Canada, lol. We can't do effective sanctions while relying on Russia for oil.
Doesn't that all seem ridiculously pathetic when we're talking about Russia declaring war on the Ukraine?
Yeah, no, the fucking the priorities have definitely
like,
changed.
Look, maybe it is on your mind, but when this is happening and that thing is pulling at your heartstrings, like that might be a sign of ideological possession.
I mean, commenting on that doesn't. I don't know. Either way, it's like.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's necessarily the case. I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
like if you hear if you hear a story about like, oh, your kid did well on a test today. Oh, did they? Well, I wish Trudeau would have done well on.
Why are you saying that like Octavian almost? you kind of almost
because
leaked
I was
into
thinking of Octavian.
Oh, maybe you just need some neck. Is that a possibility? Is that a possibility? How often does Putin get neck?
But I totally. But like, I'm not saying like don't share what's on your mind, but it might tell you something about where your mind is at. If it's like, okay, yeah, your kid brings home a good piece of or a good eye or something nice that's going on. You say, yeah, well, that's nice, and it would be a lot nicer if Trudeau.
Don't do that. Boots the Cat YT says, I don't think World War III is starting. Me neither, and I really want to be right about that. This is definitely going to be bad, though. Yeah, it's. I mean, hey, when you once win wars, it's already bad. Yeah, this fucking sucks.
Yeah,
this should not happen.
You guys, and I can't say this enough for anyone who's worrying out there. Let's not worry. Let's take it moment by moment as things progress, and test our skepticism here. Right? Let's not.
And I don't want to be a blind optimist, but this technically it's possible. This could still end up just fizzling out.
I mean, anything. Andy, I hope you're right, brother. I hope. Right.
Well, I mean, this is a weird situation, right?
Is that the population? 44 million in Ukraine. Yeah, you guys don't. Let's just fuck you fucking idiot. Let's not fall into that. Let's keep it good.
Yeah, let's leave that for when we're. Let's leave that for when we're in the tavern.
Let's leave that for the war of ideas.
Okay. Giovanni Mendez keeps asking, "What's the point of wars?" Good question.
Well, let's. Why don't we? Let's hear what you guys think. Putin's main argument is to justify. If you were his attorney on the world stage and you had to defend him and give good arguments as to why Putin, should be able to do what he's doing right now, and the Russians doing what they're doing right now, what would be your best argument? What would be your best defense?
Dude, you could whatever the. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. I feel like whatever you could want as a country, you could achieve through diplomacy. And if you can't achieve it with diplomacy, you shouldn't fucking try to get it.
Well, this is Andy. Now that I forget who it was, brought up the and again, I don't want to start.
I could be making too much of a broad statement.
No, but it's kind of like the trucker issue, right? It's like, okay, you try your peaceful protesting, and some get fed up, and then they want to, break the law, where you would say, like, okay, if Russia's diplomacy didn't work out, they should just say, okay, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do this diplomatically. No. Some people say
that's when you move the fuck on. Okay, I don't understand. I don't care if Russia wants Ukraine or whatever, or they're interested in Ukraine for any fucking reason. If they can't achieve whatever it is they're after peacefully, then stop. Okay, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And you certainly are not going to get away with it. Okay, you can't just do that. This is not going to bode well for Russia.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Now, what are our friends further east? Who are some other countries that we should keep an eye on, you guys, to see what they're doing, how they're reacting? Well, first thing I'm going to look.
Andy, I'm a straight male, but please marry me. From D. Leifering. I'm flattered, but I have the feeling it wouldn't work out because of the rest of that statement.
Here's something kind of funny, but not. China accuses, and this was how many hours ago? I think it was 15 hours ago. China accuses U.S. of, quote, creating panic, end quote, over Ukraine crisis, and dismisses sanctions against Russia as ineffective. And then, since then, of course, this has happened.
Uh-huh.
What role do you guys think China's going to play? What do you guys think China's response is going to be, by the way?
That's crazy because China is usually always, they got their hand on the mortal pulse of history usually.
Yeah, what do you guys think about China here? Let's see if we're getting... I don't think we've gotten any messages yet.
Queen Anne's Revenge says, I'm not saying we should do it, but what if we gave Ukraine nukes?
That's a terrible idea.
Well, if we think about it from the perspective of there's an ally, like we're allies, they already have nukes in an indirect sense. Like there are already countries willing to come to their defense that have nukes, and Russia already knows that, but they don't care, or at least not yet. But I guess I don't know. I feel like Putin might be like, because he's not an idiot. He obviously understands way better than anyone the risks that come with this, but against him. But I don't know. I feel like he's kind of just trying to maybe see how far he can go, see what he can get away with, and then like a bully almost. Like maybe if you start to fight back enough, maybe then they'll stop because they're not expecting that. Like maybe it's just until I don't know.
See, it's like
I feel like he's testing. I feel like he might be testing.
This is more than a test, Andy. A declaration of war against a nation.
I know, but he's also crazy. I mean, he's playing a very dangerous game, but it could still be a game. I don't know. I mean, because this is just the beginning. We don't know how.
Yeah. You guys do understand though. Taiwan is like an impenetrable porcupine. Taiwan's been turtling itself forever, preparing for some kind of, and I say I'm being facetious, but look into the strong man fallacy. Look into the actual military at the disposal of Taiwan. Look at Taiwan's military. We were looking at this the other night. It'll actually surprise you. Taiwan, as of 2022, is ranked 21st out of 140 countries for its military power. Right? It's and look how small it is, right? But check out how the country has been, tuned to be able to defend itself, kind of like a turtle or a porcupine. Like that's a hard place for someone to invade.
See, I'm still struggling to understand this. Like, I understand, you can only understand somebody if you disagree with so much. But was Russia in any danger? Why does Putin think this is necessary at all?
Unprovoked, outside of... Let's see if we can get that actual quote I was talking about from Putin.
It's like, okay, so you wanna fucking expand your territory. Why? Why do you need that? Why do you need to attack? You literally could have been fine just hanging out in wherever the fuck the I don't know where the fuck the leader of Russia is, but you could just spend the rest of your career. You could just be the leader for the rest of your life. You keep arresting the people who run against you, but you could just do that and you'll be fine. All right, you're established. But instead, you got to reach out and fuck with other countries for reasons I don't understand. Like it seems like you could just ignore the rest of the world and you'd be set. But an entire country is not enough for you.
Yeah.
Putin said it was in response to threats towards Russia. From who? Like, was Ukraine threatening? Also, why would you take a threat from the Ukraine all that seriously? It's a tiny ass. You're bullying it. And then war is not the answer to that. If that was true, then wouldn't the Allies be able to be on your side? Like, if poor Russia was just getting threatened by the other countries, maybe don't try and handle that yourself by, declaring war and being a dickhead. Like, sorry, I'm getting a little colorful and also talking out of my ass because I don't know the background on this.
That's
but
okay.
but what I do know is that I dislike this situation and that I dislike war, and I highly doubt that this was necessary at all.
Yeah. Trying to get a clear picture somewhere here.
Putin disagrees with the dissolution of the USSR. He's called it a mistake, according to Michael. Yeah.
Putin launches invasion.
Putin's source, trust me, bro, according to Queen Sand Revenge. Yeah. Just kill it, ho. Says, agreed, war is bad. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Russian president, this is from Market Watch. Russian President Vladimir Putin on Thursday, which is today over there, I guess, announced military operation in Ukraine and warned other countries that any attempt to interfere with Russian action would lead to, quote, consequences you have never seen. He said the attack was needed to protect civilians in eastern Ukraine, a claim the U.S. had predicted he would falsely make to justify an invasion. So he said the attack was needed to protect civilians in eastern Ukraine. So there's the justification. In a televised address, Putin accused the U.S. and its allies of ignoring Russia's demand to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO and offer Moscow security guarantees. He said Russia doesn't intend to occupy Ukraine, but will move to demilitarize it and bring those who committed crimes to justice.
Okay,
As
no,
Putin
I'm sorry.
spoke before dawn, big explosions were heard in Kiev, Kharkiv, Odessa, and other cities across the Ukraine.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to finish reading this and we'll get your thing. U.S. President Joe Biden, in a written statement, I just want to go through this again, even if we touched it, condemned the, quote, unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine, and he promised that the U.S. and its allies, quote, will hold Russia accountable. I wonder, here's an interesting question. What would have Donald Trump's response been had this happened, or if Donald would have been reelected? What do you guys think? With fire and fury. Putin
I don't even know if this would have happened.
Doesn't understand. Actually, didn't. I don't know. Didn't Trump say something about like Putin's move is kind of brilliant or something? I have to look that up, but there were these things going around. I'd have to see. There's a lot of noise out there, but yeah. What do you guys think in the chat? Give me your best Donald Trump quotes of how he may have responded. They better not mess with us, or we will lay down the law with fire and fury, like
all of that shit from Putin.
What's all
of that shit from Putin. all of that shit from Putin sounds like complete bullshit. I'm sorry, but you don't get to be like, oh well, no, it's because you declared war. Don't fucking do that.
So I would like to see when he's referencing, he said the attack was needed to protect civilians in eastern Ukraine, a claim the U.S. had predicted he would falsely make to justify invasion. So if he wants to protect the civilians in eastern Ukraine, are they asking to be protected? Are they in serious danger? Let's look into this.
Like I don't care about any fucking.
Like if your goal is to protect those people, say we're coming to protect these people and offer them protection.
Yeah, maybe don't say. maybe don't let shit. Don't even do anything that could be mistaken for war, dumbass. You're smarter than that. Like
sympathy says, bad time for me to join the Navy. Hey, hang in there. We don't know what's going to happen here, but again, my message to everyone is I'm not saying you're panicking, but I'm saying like everyone, let's not panic. Let's just take this step by step, see what happens. We have our elected officials probably, working hard on this right now, and we'll see what the plan is. Someone said Putin is doing this because he doesn't want Ukraine to join NATO, because it'll be harder for him to take over with NATO's help. So he's invading right now. That we don't want to engage in mind reading, right? We want to, if that is the case, then we should seek to demonstrate it. But yeah, I mean, do you have anything further like? I mean, I understand that there's a logical possibility there. Michael, join us on YouTube.
Queen Anne Treven says, actually, Andy, you get to do whatever the fuck you want when you're a psychopathic billionaire with an army at your disposal.
No, you don't.
I'm sure but that's entirely what they fucking think.
Well, no, I don't think so. I don't think it's about like, oh, we can do whatever we want for the. I think Putin thinks he has found a reasonable justification to do this. He's and that he believes is a reasonable justification, and that's what he's going with. I don't think it has to do with like people just feeling like they can do anything that they want. But
I might be mind reading, but I think any reasonable justification he gives to the public is just going to be lip service. I don't know what his actual motivations are. I feel like they are bound to be different than the ones that he tells us.
I think Boris is giving us his.
It's just very possible that it is. That's at least.
Yeah, man. Hillbilly says Ukraine no longer exists. You guys make sure you hit the like button again. I just want to make sure we're spreading this news around so people hear it as soon as possible.
So it says 263 people. Well, now it's 257 people watching. So you think a lot of those aren't actually viewers?
Are they actually what?
They aren't actually viewers? Because I remember last time we were talking about, because the number kept fluctuating, and what were we thinking, that they might be bots or something?
I don't know. Like that was last time I was streaming. Like just we were doing one thing, and I just thought the chat rate was very low.
Right.
What, are you trying to make a Russian bot connection?
No. I don't know. No, I'm just. Jerry Johnson says I am a viewer. Thank you, Jerry. That's kind of sad. That kind of sounds like Mexico Mapper. I'm an actual viewer. Okay, it looks like I have now provoked all of the viewers into saying that they're viewers.
No, but Andy, they're all robots, man.
No, but no, that's true. That's true. That sounds like something a bot would say. I'm a real person. No, that sounds like.
You guys, thanks for viewing. Make sure you drop a like, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be following this closely as things unfold. I'm having a wicked headache.
Let's see. Just killed it, ho. Most defense experts agree that Putin wants to create some buffer puppet states between him and Ukraine, since Ukraine will go pro-NATO. It's just a matter of time. Okay, why is Russia... Okay, Russia just has a huge hate boner for NATO, I guess. And they just can't let people around them be part of it. Wouldn't Russia benefit... If everyone is doing NATO, wouldn't Russia benefit from being part of NATO? Or cooperating with NATO? Like...
What's that?
How is war the preferable option?
Like how... Like, well, there's going to be, Andy, there's going to be some people out there that are going to say... This is, you know, some people who really don't like Russia, they're going to say, this is our time to put Russia in its place and, you know, send them a message that they'll never forget, you know. We're going to be dealing with those kind of people, right?
Yeah. Okay. D. Leafering says Russia sees NATO as a danger to Russia. Okay, but if you think something is dangerous, like... You shouldn't act just based on what you think. You got to assess the risk a little bit. And it seems like they're reacting with violence towards something they haven't even... I mean... I don't understand. I do struggle to empathize, because it's like, yeah, okay, Russia obviously doesn't want to cooperate that much, but they would benefit from that. Like, they...
So someone by the name of Joe Walsh on Twitter, he's the host of White Flag and with Joe Walsh. I don't know what that is. I think it's a podcast. It says, where is it? That's it. Throw every fucking economic sanction under the sun at Russia. Now, shut down every Russian bank, deny Russia any money from the West, turn every Russian oligarch into a fucking pauper, bring Russia's fucking economy to its knees, quit fucking around, do it now. Strong words from Joe Walsh. So, yeah, the sanctions are one way to go about this, right? But do you guys feel that that's enough? Do you guys feel that it's enough to, you know, if there's a violent show of force, there's going to be casualties. I'm assuming this. I haven't seen any reports yet, but declaration of war. Would you guys err on the side of retaliating violently, offensively, or would you do something more with regards to sanctions? That's my question for the chat. We'll see what you guys think. Andy, you sound like you would kind of be more the try to play diplomatic. Try to find a way for the fighting to stop, and maybe
if that becomes like, if that seems to be very unhelpful, because like I don't think it's impossible that war or any kind of physical retaliation could ever become impossible as something we need to do. I just really think it should be avoided. And
so Allison Coven, sorry, were you still talking there, Andy?
Yes, sorry, my My brother came in. I guess they're doing something with the power. I don't know, but whatever.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to read. Allison Coven says sanctions first. If it doesn't work, then sending troops.
no, Queen's Anne.
Sanctions
Sorry.
is better than nuclear war, says Mexico Mapper. Just Kilt It Ho says, what if China is behind all this? That will explain Putin confidence. Yeah, that just sounds conspiratorial. If you have any proof of this or some evidence to submit, we'll take a look at it. But Michael says thanks for the comments, guys. But Michael says sanctions only now. Biden promised no military before this started. If we're going to defend, we should have put military beforehand to try and prevent. Yeah, like what do you guys think about, like, if we look back on this in retrospect, like what if we would have put, some boots on the ground, had more of a presence in Ukraine?
So Queen Anne's revenge, as Andy seems to be hyperfixating on Putin's official reason, given reason for the war, and we know it's BS, it's land and money, obviously. No, I understand that, Queen. I just, that's what baffles me so much, because that's just, I mean, that's just evil. You can't. It's just gratuitous grabbing of resource. You don't need any of that shit, and I'm aware that like any reason that he gives is going to be bullshit, because this is an unjustifiable action on his part, and it's fucked up what he's doing. And it was like I was saying earlier, where it's like, if you can't get what you're after diplomatically, don't try to fucking take it by force then. Like, unless somebody is already being an aggressor, do not become the aggressor.
I'll be right back. Bathroom break. It's all yours, Andy.
All right.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
What, like be cool? Just kidding. All right. The excuse is NATO is the aggressor. I understand that, but like, come on. That's bullshit. Take over the stream, Andy. I don't know what to say now that I've been put in now that I'm in the throne room and the throne is empty. I don't know if I really can sit in it. That's the thing, Andy. According to Putin, Ukraine made some threats. No idea what those were. Not good enough. Not good enough for me. Okay. And not only is that not good enough for me, I don't even think that's realistically good enough for Russia. I don't think Russia would hear threats from the Ukraine and genuinely feel like they're in any actual fucking danger. I don't believe that. And if they did, maybe they shouldn't just fucking react with, oh, we gotta go to war. We gotta fucking start fucking shit up. You can just communicate that. If you feel like Ukraine's being unfair, you could just say that. And if it's true, the rest of the world is going to agree with you. Kind of like how the rest of the world is agreeing right now that Russia is being fucked up. Or at least enough of them are, the allies. Which is why there's going to be consequences for this kind of behavior. And my family is doing something weird right now. They shut the power off real quick. It's on now, but was annexing Georgia good? No, it got Russia yeeted from NATO. I don't, as I've said, sorry if I haven't made this clear enough, I don't know much about the background information of this. All I know is that Russia decided to declare war, and it looks like nothing is actually justifying that. It looks like it's just bullshit, and I'm already very anti-war. I mean, most people are going to be anti-war on some level, but it will be interesting to see India response. Will they support Russia now? Like, why sanction or invade Russia when we could have threatened and intimidated them from the start? Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we haven't done enough. maybe we weren't doing enough when they were already, pushing Ukraine around before it got to this level. Maybe we weren't doing enough. That's possible. I mean, I guess maybe this shows that we were not, perhaps, but I mean, people were expecting war breaking out. I mean, they were joking around like, oh, World War III when we were talking about this, and I don't believe that. I still don't believe that, and we shouldn't assume that it's going to just get worse and worse. We shouldn't assume it's just going to go away either. Like Travis said, take the information as it comes. Don't panic. Don't worry too much. D. Boudreaux, Putin can't get away with bullying ex-Soviet lands. They are countries now, and he has no say in what they choose for their future. Yeah, I agree. And thankfully, the Allies agree. I did like that statement put out by Biden. Yeah, let's absolutely not let this slide. Okay, like this is not okay at all. America would do the same if one of its states declared independence. Is that what happened with Ukraine? And would that make it justified? Like if a state wanted to peacefully become independent from the rest of America, does that in any way justify war? I don't think so. It'd be weird if a state did that, but I don't think that would make my trigger finger particularly itchy. No, that is not what happened in Ukraine. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ukraine deserves independence. I agree.
Why don't you show your beautiful face, Andy?
Oh, why? So the Russians know what I look like?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Penguin's working for the Russians.
Don't I got my eye on you, Travis. Don't.
Well, I'm gonna drag Lexicon up here, see what he has to say. Hey, Lexicon, we're live on the air. I just dragged you up here. Do you have any thoughts on what's going on? Official declaration of war, Russia against Ukraine. Give us your reaction.
I'm still being screamed at by very angry Ukrainians on Arma 3, so I'm not so sure how true this is.
What?
Sorry. Yeah, no, it sucks. It's terrible. This won't end well. I'm actually surprised Putin did it. But I'll be even more surprised if the American government does anything about it.
Did you say you'd be surprised if the American government doesn't do anything?
No, I'll be surprised if they do. If they do lift a finger to help with this scenario.
Oh.
I think.
I think this first response is good.
We'll get.
I think
Fateh, if you're listening, we will get you in. I just want to do one at a time in here.
I think America might turn this into the same type of proxy war they had with Korea and Vietnam, only sending like rear end support, not frontline combatants.
Right. So yeah, I mean, you and I are both Canadian. Canada's been sending over military resources, weapons. Do you think what do you think we should do as a nation if you were in control of things?
Oh shit. Yeah, that's kind of a different beast. Canada, I think honestly, Canada has been sleeping for far too long on the Russian question. Right. I have been sleeping on the Russian question for far too long. I had somebody send me a whole bunch of stuff from our server recently on Russian bases and how they're being aligned and how they're being set up.
Right.
I mean, Russia is priming itself to take all of the Arctic resources on the Canadian side of the border. Like they're gung ho and ready to go. I think for Canada to react and help Ukraine would probably be a good first message to say, hey, we know what you're doing. So I don't really think Canada militarily should support Ukraine for like the normal peacekeeping type of thing, but it should support Ukraine in like a, hey, Russia, we're ready to fight, like as a mental tactic against Russia in that sense.
Okay, interesting. Well, I'm going to bring Fateh up here. Thanks for weighing in. If you have any more things to share as you're looking around, please send me a DM and we'll get you into the stream here. Thanks, Lex.
Sure, no problem.
All right, that was Lex. Let's see. Hey, Fateh, how's it going, man?
Oh, hey there.
So, declaration of war, Russia versus Ukraine. What are your initial thoughts? You're in the States, right?
Yes, I'm in the States. I'm in California. And hopefully, I don't know too much, but it seems like they've already. So I don't know what news you have heard, but it seems like they've already gone pretty far into the country.
Yeah.
Russia has into the country of Ukraine. I'll read this list here. This is
Sure.
from 4chan. I don't know how much you trust an anonymous source of information, but this is some information.
As long as we say who it's coming from and we're not stating it as absolute fact, it's fine.
This is from an anonymous source. It says,
okay.
Ground forces are moving in from Belarus, Crimea, and Russia. Airlines have been told not to fly over any part of Ukraine. Ukraine government websites hacked. Multiple airports closed. Cameras disabled at Crimea border. Leaders of DPR, LPR official requesting help from Russia to fight back against Ukraine. Malware targeting computers in Ukraine. Internet, TV, power, mobile blackouts in Ukraine. Multiple Ukrainian banks have been hacked. Multiple countries announced sanctions. Russia evacuated its embassy in Ukraine. And also, they're invading Moldova as well. There's some reports of bombing in Moldova. So not just Ukraine is not the only country that's being attacked right now. Humorously, somebody posted to Berlin. It seems Russia is, a full-on assault at the moment right now, which is,
and carrying with it an official declaration of war, right?
Yeah.
So, what would, and if you were the leader of the United States of America right now, what kind of response do you think you would have to this? If you had to act quickly, if you had to err on a side of like, oh, get on the offensive or show a military presence in Ukraine. What are your feelings about this?
I think that I would. Well, I would not. If I were the commander in chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, I would personally forego some of the provocative language that Biden has posted here, saying the world will stand united against this. I would err more toward the side of saying we're waiting for more information.
Yeah.
Our operatives are collecting information for us. We will see.
Yeah.
We will see what is going on. But I don't think personally.
You don't want to get too doomsday about your messaging. Like if you're the world's greatest power, military power, it's. I think I agree with you in like, okay, how do we phrase this in a way that doesn't make it sound like, okay, yeah, we're strapping on the boots.
Yeah. Which is what it did sound like. It sounded quite like that metaphor.
Which, by the way, everyone. Again, I have to stress this. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't go panic buying. That usually that means that, people who aren't able to get out, like really old people or who aren't able to get out to the grocery stores as quickly, aren't going to have stuff waiting for them when they go out. So any of this panic buying and things like that, please have your moral consideration running. also for those who can't access things as quickly as you might be able to, right? Don't go buy all the toilet paper, please. Leave some for the single mothers who have 3 children, for the love of Christ on a cracker.
Right. Good thing I bought.
Yeah.
Good thing I bought about like 60 servings of black tea just like 30 minutes before this war started. So I've got enough caffeine to last me.
Black tea. I love that. I love that it's like not beans or potatoes. It's black tea. That's all I need.
Black. That's all. All I need is straight black tea. That's what I needed.
Go ahead, Andy.
Slow down. Hold on. So we're just supposed to believe that you had the foresight to
Oh yes, I've got a third
order
eye.
this all right before. Yeah,
Andy?
there's nothing suspicious about any of that. Yeah.
Don't you fucking go there. Not
You know,
with
and
the
what's
lie.
even stranger is yesterday I sold many of my stocks. Why I did that? It's right here. And these stocks were based in Taiwan. My Taiwan semiconductor stocks I sold yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems on the up and up. Nothing weird about that.
Nothing suspicious about that.
Nothing weird about that.
No,
Okay,
I had no insider Russian information.
All right, Fateh, I'm going to let you go back down to the tavern, and we'll get someone else up here. Thanks for the update, brother.
No problem.
You to bring Jack in.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Jack's with us live. Captain Jack, Russia officially declaring war on the Ukraine. This is big world news right now. Big deal, big happenings. What are your initial reactions? Are you there, Jack? Here, we'll try reconnecting him here. Are you there, Jack? Oh, we're not getting him. Huh. Well, we'll check in with Jack in a bit. Jack, you there?
I know.
Yo.
Yeah, I was just asking what's your reaction to this declaration of war by Russia on the Ukraine?
All right, so I'm not gonna lie. Like, I figured right when you guys went live, I went and did as much research as I could while I was at work,
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna lie. I probably panicked like a little harder than I probably should have. Like right out the gate, like I had to calm myself down quite a bit. As far as I can tell from the little bit of research that I've gotten to be able to do, this is, as you know, President Biden said, it's a fairly unprovoked attack. They've been amassing about 150,000 plus troops at the border, like within the last 2 weeks. They've been setting up, like, it's just, I don't know. So my initial reaction is this is a little scary. I'm worried not really necessarily about just the Ukraine-Russia conflict that they're going to have, but the allied problem that we have where each country of those has allies that could very easily get dragged into a massive conflict like this.
Yeah.
And if that happens, we're looking at something analogous to another world war. If that doesn't happen, even if it does or doesn't happen, I think that this could be a chance within the next couple of months here for China to attempt to take Taiwan. And then if that ends up being the case, and we do get called in by the Ukraine to help out, we have to decide on whether or not we're going to fight a war on 2 fronts, and that's going to be terrifying on its own. I hope there's not a nuclear option at all involved in any of this. I hope that if there happens to be a war, that we can keep it to, you know, the non-destruction of the planet. That'd be really great. But that's kind of where I see things going on in my initial initial reaction.
Well, and then there's also the, maybe there is a way to diplomatically.
Oh, for sure.
Even if it takes downplaying the absolute, like, callous consideration of the, the global law of the land, and you can't just, because you feel entitled to do so, whatever your justification is, do we just allow countries to invade in this way? I mean,
right. Well,
it's one thing. Okay, sure. It's one thing if, like, the Ukraine was responsible for funding terrorist attacks against Russia, you know, kind of, you know, similar to what happened in 9/11, but like what are some like ways that we could go about erring on the side of not allowing this to blow into a global conflict, you know?
Well, it's kind of difficult to, at least for me, to kind of see that point of view, because Putin has been like pretty famously like not wanting to work with NATO or the UN, and getting us together as like instead of the United Nations and trying to talk to Russia, you know, it's going to be difficult because they're not very responsive in the first place, and now they've taken a very decisive action, and I doubt that they're going to want to, you know, back off from it. So if they get questioned on it, I'm almost positive that they double down versus trying to go ahead and trying to work it out diplomatically. I think it could be done. I think that you know, given enough time between the Ukrainian and the Russian government, and then, you know, having the UN be a type of mediator between the two, I think some things could get done. But the Ukraine being an ex-Soviet area anyway, and Russia having wanted to get its paws on it for years and years and years now, and the thing that worries me the most about it is that Putin knows exactly what this could lead to, and he wasn't afraid to do it. Right. Like, it's either that means he's got an extreme confidence in his military and the things that they've got going on right now, or he just doesn't think the United Nations and NATO means much as shit, and he wants to learn how he can step on borders.
I don't want to freak anyone out.
Well, I don't either. I'm not trying to be
I have something to follow that up. I don't want to freak anyone out, but I just have to say it. I have taken in a lot of material, books, documentaries, you name it, on World War II. Why are the emergent qualities of my mind painting these similarities to Germany and Poland?
It's because I think that those lines aren't visible. I think that they're there.
Yeah, it's and it sucks to say that. Obviously, there's different histories at play there, but it's like, you know, it's weird. I just, you know, I'm trying to so just the way my mind works here, you know, with things is I try to, you know, based on my interpretation of the consistent relation of reality, I try to make some reasonable predictions. When I look at reasonable predictions that most people would be satisfied with, and of course you know, the UK is going to feel a bit different about this than we do over on this side of the ocean, right? And how much is that going to influence how much we feel we need to take stronger measures at the beginning of conflicts like this, to not wait so long to get involved, when maybe had we gotten involved earlier in World War II, things would be different, right?
See, and that's what I'm wondering is if, because all of this right now, though, even the way that it's set up leading into the Allies conflict, is it kind of seems like we're, like you said, again in the World War II position where we're just kind of waiting for somebody to, at least America is, or the USA is waiting for somebody to ring the USA gong, and I don't really want that to be a reality, because if we get majorly involved against Russia, they're not gonna fuck around. The second that anything even gets slightly from the US towards them, it's gonna become a real war. like not that what's going on in the Ukraine and Russia is not a real war, but it will be closer and more analogous to a world war at that point.
I believe there's about 44 million people I was reading before in the Ukraine. Obviously, there are Ukrainian citizens that support Russia and that support this idea of joining Russia. But I would like to actually see what that kind of statistical breakdown is. I haven't heard anything from Don in a while. I'm sure he's having some conversations out there.
Yeah, no.
I just turned on my space heater. Are you guys getting any background noise?
No, it's good.
No. I actually am in my car, so if you guys hear any background noise, I can mute real fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually let you go, Jack, and we're gonna bring
No
some
worries.
more people in. I'll drop you down into the Tav, okay?
Sounds good, man.
Great. Peace,
Thanks
man.
for talking.
Thanks. Thank you. All right, Captain Jack.
Peace. There's a fucking concept.
Aw, Andy, are you feeling depressed? This is depressing.
I'm a little bit pissed off because there is a global zeitgeist. Like there is a global understanding that peace is preferable, I think. That's how so many nations have been able to work together. Okay?
Yeah.
Ultimately we fear war. Ultimately, we as a species do not want war. I believe that. But every now and then, you get the what is now an outlier of somebody who says, "No, I don't want to be part of the Allies."
Yeah. Yeah, how do we save as many lives in these situations? How do we maximize everyone's well-being outcome here? It's do we try to go do we try to play stronger diplomatically, or is time too precious to be stumbling about and trying to appease the temperament of someone who has just invaded another country and declared war?
Yeah, well, we can't just let outrageous behavior slide. Like we've seen that. We understand that. You can't just keep appeasing. But
I want to look at a map.
Hold on a second.
Oh, come on. Stupid thing. Man.
Queen Anne's Revenge. Imagine if a perfect, omnipotent being forced all world countries to dismantle their military while spending the whole budget on education. Well, I think a lot of those countries would then just try to kill that being, but and maybe they'd be right to do that, because I would question some powerful entity who just comes in and is like, but
Dude,
no, all the peace lovers just walked right into a war.
EAE says, I became a born-again Christian thanks to your channel. But he's like, I'm kidding. That's irrational. That's hilarious. Love it, EAE. Jerry Johnson, welcome everybody. Make sure you drop a like on this video. Share it around. Oh, it looks like we got... Scott's joined us. Scott, let's get your reaction with what's going on in the world right now. Russia has officially declared war on the Ukraine. Bullets flying. Looks like anti-aircraft artillery firing rounds. What do you What do you think?
I did see. I saw something a couple days ago where like the Eastern Ukrainian like rebel forces who sided with Russia were attacking the general Ukrainian army. I haven't seen what you're talking about right now, where Russia is actually incurred on Ukraine.
Sorry.
I haven't seen that information yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe you should go take a look. Russia's declared war on the Ukraine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Russia declared war.
Yeah, Scott, I'm gonna drop you down to the tavern, but once you have a take, come back up.
Okay.
I'm thinking something along the lines of genie in a bottle. Just Kilt Ho says world is in war. Maybe the West was in peace, but the world is in war. Yeah, I don't think Scott knew what was going on.
What if he comes back and he's like, "Yeah, no, that seems fine to me. Like, I honestly, I feel like, well, I mean, it belongs to them, right? Like, we understand that, right? Because, well, the USSR was sort of. Well, here's the thing, because listen, I've been looking into this for 50 fucking years. Okay,
I've been looking into this for 5,000 fucking years.
I've been in this since the moment I crawled out of the primordial soup.
If anyone, if anyone wants to jump on the air with Andy and I, you can join us on Discord, and the waiting room is our tavern right now. You can come into Discord, go down into the tavern, and when we see you there, we will give you a chance and bring you on the air with us. I just want to see what Lexicon's saying here. Let's take a look at Lexicon's video. Oh, we got a live stream of Kiev, Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I'm very flattered. Even if you're joking, I appreciate it.
What did they say?
Oh, earlier he asked, "Who is that pretty chick in the blue shirt?"
So there's a video here of Kiev skyline. You can see people fleeing on highway on the left. This is from Lexicon. Yeah, you can see people driving out of the city or trying to get out of the city.
He also says, "I consider myself a moderate who tends to lean left, but Ben Shapiro has been making a lot of sense to me lately. Is something bad happening to my mind?" Well, first of all, you have to understand that, just because you don't follow the factory preset understanding of liberalism, that must mean something is wrong with your mind. Well, that's entirely ridiculous, and it just shows that ultimately liberals are bullies.
Oh, you're the best.
It's absolutely ridiculous. You're unable to.
You're unable.
You've proven that you're totally unable to have a civil discussion about this. You keep calling me racist. Yeah, you make fun of my voice.
What we're seeing right now is the New World Order, and people are trying to fuck each other out there.
You have to understand that the USA knew about this years in advance. Yeah. All right, well, this is all part of a plan.
Yeah. You gotta understand, we knew about this before Sandy Hook.
Yeah. Well, no, you have to understand. They planned this thousands of years ago with Aristotle when they first devised the globe Earth hoax.
Well, the international globalists are going to be watching what's going on here, and you tell me they're going to be drooling just like they're blood-sucking kind of fiends that they are. They're going to be drooling.
Well, first of all, Alex, I would just like to say, just like every time we ever talk, I agree with you 100%. But he does not agree with Alex Jones 100%. I'm not claiming that.
He is claiming it. Andy's claiming it. He made the official
you're
claim.
right. I'm claiming that. No joking. No humor. This is a statement.
Anything said is what you truly feel.
I like both. I like both of them personally, somewhat.
Oh yeah.
As people. I think they're kind of cool. I'm EAE. I'm embarrassed to admit that I was the biggest Alex Jones follower in 2003. Well, I can't blame you because for somebody who comes off as crazy, he does get stuff right sometimes, and that's disturbing.
Yeah, it is disturbing. Like, it's whenever like a weird conspiracy theory that's going around happens to end up being the truth.
Yeah.
Right?
When it should not be correct because the funny tinfoil hat man Alex Jones was talking about it. It's real. It's real. Never mind.
So the artwork, EAE, the artwork you're seeing here, you guys, the comic book aesthetic. By the way, these are all of our show hosts up here. I'm a show host. John J. Parker's a show host. Mace Starwalk from Great Britain is a broadcaster, and there's Andy right there. And then ZMO, who just did a show today, is right there as well. Miss Bluey says, weird that Putin declares war when Biden is in office. I think she's implying that, you got, Biden's weak and that's why. It is a, and let's ask the chat this question. Everyone just give kind of a yes or no answer. Do you think this would have been the same outcome if Trump was in office right now? Or do you think that really would have made a difference?
I don't know if this would have even happened.
If Trump was in office?
Yeah, if Trump was in office, I'm not sure how much of an asshole Putin would have been. I mean, he might have kept... If he was really interested in the Ukraine, he might have kept going with it, but I don't know if it would have gotten this bad. I feel like... I don't want to give Trump too much credit, but I feel like Trump's presence would have helped this and prevented it from getting where it is right now.
Boris says it would have been worse if it was Trump. Miss Bluey is pretty confident it wouldn't have happened. This wouldn't have happened. Michael is saying if Trump withdrew from Afghanistan better, this wouldn't have happened. Wasn't that Biden's pull out of Afghanistan?
Well, yeah, but I think he's expanding the hypothetical to where if Trump also withdrew out of Afghanistan.
Nice.
But I don't think I see the connection between Afghanistan and what's happening right now.
No, I don't think there's any. Yeah.
If we displayed the weakness we did in Afghanistan under Trump, it would have happened too.
Mm.
Oh, okay. So maybe Russia is using that in part of their thinking. I guess that's not impossible, but
right.
Okay, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's us finally getting out of a war that we've been in for decades, and then I don't think that I guess we could have handled the exiting better, but I feel like they should view that as something that was just overdue. That was just bound to happen.
Right. Just Kill It says same outcome. David Smith says no clue. Yeah, try to give us your best guess if you guys had to throw money down on it. Let's get up to 50 likes here, guys. We need 5 more likes to hit 50 likes. Just take a second to smash that like button. Smash it like it's your what, Andy?
Like your friend who you go on camping trips with, and who your wife always asks you about. Trump got along well with Putin, right? And everybody criticized him for that. And it's dumbass, what are you supposed to do? Okay, what do you think he should do? Do you think he'd be like, Putin, by the way, you're an asshole, okay? The way you run your country is fucked up. No, that's not how that works. Okay, you can't. Tensions are already high when it's 2 world leaders meeting and there's a difference in ideology. You can't just call somebody out and be like, "You're an asshole." That's not diplomatic. And the same shit that Trump was doing, maybe the affection might be dialed back a little bit, but I don't think it was reflecting any necessary policy agreements he has about his behavior. I think it just shows Trump was trying to be diplomatic, honestly. People kept criticizing him for that, but I think his relationship with Putin, if he was still in office, might have prevented this kind of situation from happening. Maybe. Because I don't think Putin has the same respect, or at least show of respect, that he has for Biden that he did for Trump.
People keep quoting Trump said something about Putin calling him a genius or something. I'm trying to find the quote. Trump praises, quote, genius Putin for moving troops to eastern Ukraine. This was 15 hours ago.
He was buddies with Putin and Kim Jong-un. Yeah, Kim Jong-un, again, that's even more impressive. People criticized him for that too. And it's like, okay, he's not saying, by the way, you're a saint. You need to try and make peace with these people the best that you can. You can't.
Yeah.
And also Trump was saying the opposite of that. He called Kim Jong-un Rocket Man.
Yeah.
He made
was
fun
making
of him.
fun of him. Yeah.
But he also met with him, and he was able to talk with him and do all that kind of crap.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, I definitely want to get Octavian up here because he's kind of a war history buff. But as far as I can tell, I think what Trump did with North Korea, at least, was a positive move to give the other leader, even if you disagree morally about things, give them your moral consideration when interacting with them. And I think that's
whether you like it or not, you have to.
Yeah, some people would say you don't have to. You can just continue on, treating him like this evil dictator, which by many moral standards he is. But is that very constructive when dealing with someone, when trying to communicate, when trying to build thicker layers of diplomacy?
Yeah, it's a simple case. You catch more flies with honey, okay? And this is a high stress situation. Sorry.
Hey, Octavian, I just transferred you up here. So Russia declaring war on the Ukraine. What are your thoughts?
I'm actually I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But I do think at the same time, I haven't looked into it much yet, but I don't think it's gonna last as long as people are gonna think it is.
Right. Yeah, that may be the case, right? I think that's probably the best outcome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when was the last time Russia went to war with a smaller one of its countries? Like what, in the 90s? I think it was in the 90s, and it didn't end well for them either.
Right.
Because, what was that? Yeah, that was the Bosnian War. And technically Russia didn't even invade then. It was Serbia.
So Octavian, I know you and I have had conversations about World War II. What do you think about do you feel any parallels with Russia and Ukraine and Germany and Poland? Do you feel any of those, or do you think this is a much different situation and there's no real similarities there?
I can see the similarities because it's Russia trying to do the power move that they always fucking try to do. So yeah, I could definitely see it because even back then they tried to fucking just have a stranglehold on Eastern fucking Europe. And I think right now it's just on a smaller scale of that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's and Polish resistance when what's your recollection? Always shotgunning a beer. Cheers. What's your recollection the level of Polish resistance when Germany first occupied Poland? Yeah.
I'll give them credit. they did stand and fight, but I do think it was idiotic because you're charging a Panzer tank on a horse.
Right. Yeah.
So there comes a certain point to me where you have to differentiate idiocracy with bravery.
Right.
And I think that's a prime example. I think it was very idiotic. And the one thing I always hear from people is, whoa, would you have done that? Like, hell no, I wouldn't have done that because I'm not a fucking idiot.
Right. So, and do you think this is, and what do you think? Like, if you were leader of the states right now, you know, you're from the States, what, would you want to get involved in this, or and if so, in what way?
With me, I've come to the point, and this was just recently, that I think the U.S. just needs to deal with our own problems separately, because I feel like any time we have tried to intervene in like where we think it's for the greater good, it never ends well for us. Like Vietnam is a prime example. We should have never fucking been there. And we're fighting the one thing that we claim to stand for, which is freedom.
Right.
So, no, I don't think we should do anything. Do I think we are going to do something? Probably. We probably will. I just saw a thing on my Google feed. I didn't click on it, though. Biden's supposed to give a statement on it in the morning or something.
Yeah, I don't know, like, should he be waiting that long? I don't know.
I think he's doing it in the morning so more people will see it.
Okay.
Because I think if he did it now, yeah, people would hear about. They'd more so hear about it than actually see it. You know. So I think that's why he's waiting for the morning to do so.
This isn't Trav and Andy Mace. This is just incredible news that I guess Travis really wanted to share, and I also got it.
Is that what Mace is saying? Oh my god, man.
Oh, I thought you said there. Why wasn't I invited? You know, you keep on. Nobody's sleeping on you, Mace. Okay,
Octavian,
nobody's.
I'm gonna drop you back down to the tab. We're gonna get some more people in here. So thanks, man. Thanks for your take.
Yep.
It looks like we might have a. This feels like when you talk Izzy Cores. This feels like when you talk about politics you don't understand with your drunk friends.
Well, Izzy, tell.
I'll have you know, Izzy Cores. I can't speak for Octavian, but do I understand what I'm talking about? No. Have I been drinking? No. So I am a sober, uninformed idiot.
Izzy Cores is doing is committing a. You're being vague, and if you really had a challenge, just write your specific challenge down. This, you know,
they're probably just joking. They might have been specifically commenting on Octavian.
General platitude is,
who I guess might have been drinking. I didn't see, but
oh yeah, he slammed his beer. But I think he was saying it like that. But.
Yeah.
Let's get up to 50 likes, guys. Hit the like button. This is
Mace didn't like. You know he didn't leave a like. I'm not saying he did that on purpose. Maybe it slipped his mind. I'm just saying I know he didn't.
Or maybe not.
Mace, did you hit like? I won't be able to know if you did, but come on. Be honest with me. If you hadn't already, and then you do it right now. Oh, there we go. It went up.
Hey,
now we're at 51.
Right on, you guys.
I left a dislike. Okay, Mace.
Sure you did. Mace is always so cool. Mace, come in here and tell us how you feel about this declaration of war. I wonder if Scott's up to speed now.
Yeah, this has gotta suck being attached to the same greater landmass of this bullshit.
Right. Oh, we got to get Nivik. I'm bringing Nivik up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nivekian unit. Nivik, declaration of war, big happenings around the world. Russia on the Ukraine. What do you think, man?
Did you just drag me in here?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
What do you think? Lay it on us, man.
What?
The declaration of war.
On Russia and Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's an ideological war of the mind to everybody of authoritarianism versus democracy.
Yeah.
And might makes right versus people having the right to choose democratically being fought within Ukraine. Ukraine's a football.
What? Can you say that again? Ukraine is a football?
Yeah, political football. Those political views. It's not really about caring about Ukraine. It's fought in Ukraine, though. It's kind of like with America revolting against monarchism. That having a precedent throughout the world, you wouldn't want that to take set. You would be against democracy as a monarchy as well, and people looking at that would probably want to go by that and probably want to overthrow their monarchs.
What do you think?
Stop democracy.
Yeah.
So it's about setting a standard of norm to the world that this doesn't work, and it's not going to work. That's how come democratic nations are pushing back against it.
Yeah. So what do you think? What do you think's the appropriate response here? Declaration of war. Putin's acting as though they have their justification to do this. If you're in control of the United States of America, what are you leaning towards? Kind of trying to solve things diplomatically? Do you think you need to show your force, show your presence over in that side of the world? What do you think?
I think it's a logical balance between both of making showing force in these. This is what you would pay for. These are the repercussions if you do this, and reasoning along with it in going another route. You should take this route. This is more reasonable. In trying to both reason and because Putin's not just going to respect you talking words to him. It's just let's be frank.
Yeah,
so it has to be like a combination between.
So try to be specific. What would you do? Are you overnight meeting with your military council and you're gonna see, okay, what should we send over there?
I'll flood weapons in.
Okay, so
I've flood APGs, fingers.
Canada's been doing that.
Putin doesn't like that.
Is that enough though? And this attitude from Putin saying like, if any of the Western, countries interfere with what we're doing here, essentially there will be hell to pay.
Putin might have a potential Afghanistan. Another potential Afghanistan by U.S. interference in Ukraine. So you flood Ukraine with a lot of weaponry like you did last time with Afghanistan, and it's gonna be, I guess it'll be nasty, right?
Yeah.
You just use a stinger, you just fire it and forget it, right? And it'll hit a tank, it'll hit a helicopter. That's not funny.
No, yeah, but I know what you're saying. So, and what else? What else? Like, what can we do? How are we going to minimize the suffering from this?
I see. Um, you know, that's tough because he has to save face. He doesn't like retreating, and your strongman makes you look weak.
Right.
And that's how come like a lot of the Putin cheerleaders they always talking about like he's not scared. Nothing scares him.
Right.
He'll do what he wants, and it's kind of like that's kind of like his. That's his shtick. That's his. Yeah. So I mean, man, you to solve it peacefully.
Yeah, I mean, is it too much to be able to solve peacefully? I don't think so. I think there's avenues here, but I know that there's going to be people out there that are going to say, you know what? If we take into consideration, all of this stuff about Russia and and this kind of as the tipping point, some people might say, okay, there's justification now to make Russia understand what happens when you declare war on another peaceful nation. But of course, out of that kind of response, much death and suffering can be born out of that, right?
Yeah.
But you like how long it took things a while to get going, and I'm not saying that we're going into a World War III. It's very early in what's going on here, but nipping this thing before things get too big and too out of control, and then going in and trying to solve something, even if it's diplomatically, and getting involved a little too late, sometimes in our history has proven to have great consequences.
That's why Biden doesn't want American troops in there because that'll be Russia versus America, technically a World War III, right? So you just arm Ukraine instead, and you have it be a proxy.
Yeah, you arm Ukraine, but what if dude, I mean, technically Ukraine is not an ally, right?
It isn't? I thought it is.
Well, they're not in NATO.
You mean like NATO? I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, from what I've heard recently, as this all has been happening from the chat, it sounds like Ukraine wanted to be in NATO, and Russia interpreted that as a threat.
Here's some information.
Exactly, because
June 12th,
June
12th, 2020, Ukraine joined NATO's Enhanced Opportunity Partner. Interoperability program. According to an official NATO statement, the new status does not prejudice any decisions on NATO membership. Okay, so it was like a graduated status that kind of, made Putin and the Russians start thinking. But the United States enjoys quarterly friendly and strategic relations with Ukraine and attaches great importance to the success of Ukraine's transition to a democracy with a flourishing market economy.
But there can be big repercussions if they join NATO because Putin will be attacking the NATO bloc, and that means when you attack one, you attack all. So you're waging war against America and NATO. So
it's not necessarily like. They're not technically an ally, though, right?
They kind of are and they kind of not.
Yeah.
They're not in NATO, but then again, they're being armed by NATO Western nations.
Yep, they're still being supported, right?
It's like a gray area in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, all of this like lawyerly politician beauty pageant language surrounding this, whether they're actually an official ally.
they wanted to talk, and Putin says okay, let's talk, and part of the deal that I want in order for things to cool down is that Ukraine, you got to promise me won't become a part of NATO, and it's like we're not going to promise anything. Ukraine is not making a decision. That's Ukraine's decision, and we're not the aggressor here. In saying what Ukraine should do or shouldn't do. That's Ukraine's right if they want to join NATO or not. And Putin is saying you got to make a promise that they won't become a part of NATO. I don't know if it's because he fears that NATO would encroach on what he sees as Russian territory, or that's a part of the Soviet, and he doesn't recognize Ukraine. He literally doesn't recognize Ukraine.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just going through some new stuff here.
David VPN says Russia ain't no hip hop LGBTQ factory. They fight for real ... space. Highly teched up ... space. Denial of digital EMP leader. Ain't no. You heard it here first, folks. Russia ain't no hip hop LGBT factory. LGBTQ factory. You can take that to the bank. Okay? It ain't no hip hop LGBT. This isn't
Andy, and what kind of factory is he referring to?
It is not, and remember, this is not what it is.
I was just trying to make a really disgusting joke.
Russia is not a hip hop LGBTQ factory. It's not the place. It's not what you're used to.
If he would have said,
right? We've all been there. We've all been to the hip hop LGBTQ factory. A lot of our dads, I'm sure, work at the hip hop LGBTQ factory. All right, it's a different culture. That's not Russia.
But this would have been.
So what is Russia more? Is it more like a Nazi, fascist, land grabbing, authoritarianism?
Well, to me, is that what he's saying? If it's not a hip hop LGBTQ factory, then I'm guessing it's more of a.
Can I just say?
I don't know, an adult contemporary heterosexual office building.
But can I just say, like, it would have been better if he said, or he could have, because I think he's trying to like trigger and offend people. He could have said, Russia ain't no hip hop LGBTQ fudge factory. I think that would have been. He should have threw fudge in there.
Russia is all about hip hop, actually, according to Stray on Thorndike.
What does Russian hip hop sound like? We got to sample this.
I don't know. I mean, rap is kind of popular the world over, I guess.
Oh, I thought you were saying rappers, as in like rappers. Okay, Nivik, we're gonna let you go, buddy. Thanks for the take. We're gonna get Daltsu up here and maybe Scott. Thanks, man.
Queen Anne's Revenge says, bruh, Andy was about 1 second away from getting canceled for forgetting the Q. You might be right about that.
LGBTQ plus element of P.
I did.
QRS,
it's
TUV,
true. I almost forgot it. Yeah.
Scott, we're stealing you from the TAV. How's it going? Are you there, Scott?
I'm here. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're really quiet. I don't know why.
We got 200 viewers more than CBC.
Sorry, yeah, I don't know what's going on with my mic right now. It seems to be like
that's
weird.
Better. You're good. You're good now.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, official declaration of war. Russia on the move. What do you think?
I was looking at that, man. Like I did not think that was actually going to happen, and all of a sudden here we are.
I mean, I thought like the stuff like the other day when Russia's like, okay, yeah, we're gonna he's sending messages to the US saying like, yeah, we're gonna not continue with this like military presence and stuff. And then 4 or 5 or no, it was like 14 anti-tank attack helicopters or anti-artillery attack helicopters are landed right there. And I thought this was more posturing, but I mean, it's an official declaration of war. This is wild.
Yeah, it's very wild because I think it was like 2 or 3 days ago, like you had Eastern Ukrainian rebels, like Russian-backed rebels in Eastern Ukraine attacking the main military Ukrainian army, and
Yep.
they killed a couple people. They killed a couple military people, right? So
Yeah.
I didn't think there was going to be an actual war that was going to pop off or a declaration of war.
Yeah.
It's
pretty.
I did not think that was going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite shocking, and then the question we've been asking everyone here, Scott, is, so you live in the United States. What do you think is kind of a necessary approach to this? So kind of like the bare minimum approach, and then kind of more what you would do if you're in power.
Well, I think the bare minimum is we should definitely be giving support to the main Ukrainian government against Russian aggression. I think that's pretty standard. We should we should give some sort of support there, whether it's for military equipment or troop support or something like that. We need to do something. I don't know if we need to get to the point where we're like kicking off World War III. Like I think that might be
Oh yeah, and
a
something,
bad choice.
Scott, I know you know your history, and I couldn't help but just see some similarities, not regarding the details, but just like looking at the map and thinking back to Hitler's Germany and Poland at the very early stages.
Yes.
Is there a lesson to be learned here in situations like this, that acting swiftly is important regardless of what the decision is between nations? Do you kind of agree? Like this is kind of my thinking, is that whatever the plan is, it must be executed quickly.
Yes.
And without this long ass delay where there's, you're able, you afford your opponent much too much time to,
Yes.
kind of entrench itself in a way in this issue that is much harder for them to feel as though they can back out of it. You know what I mean?
I have a response to that.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's sort of the notion of like walking on eggshells, thinking that you're gonna like placate a specific group, but then they just grow more bold because you're
Right.
walking on eggshells.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why Biden came up with threats and military action in communicating with Putin, because that's what he understands. He's speaking his language, and it kind of he kind of pigeonholed himself between a rock and a hard place a bit, because a lot of people are like, hey, let's talk, and it's like, no, I mean, like, he doesn't respect that. You have to communicate to him through his language. And now, once he did that, Putin kind of got caught between a rock and a hard place at the border, and where if he retreats, he look like a weak strongman, because he wants to paint an image as a strongman. But he wasn't sure about the damages of the sanctions that would happen, and as well as the fight back.
I want to get back to you, Nivik. I'm going to show this video to. I haven't seen this video yet. This is from Dave SP. Dave, thank you so much. Let's take a look. I'm gonna. Oh, it might have been to. Is that one gone now?
That's
okay. I'm gonna share this with you guys so you can see what's going on. It looks like a lot of fire here. Let's go to window capture.
God damn, dude. Because this really only kicked off like 2-3 hours ago now at this point, right? So when actually when war was declared, it's only like 2-3 hours ago now.
Well, you guys can, dude. I went live 20 minutes after it was announced on main news
Yeah.
stations. Okay, guys, I'm showing a
Yeah,
video
we've
right
been
now.
on for
Everyone,
2 hours.
if we can be quiet for a sec, I'm just showing this to everyone. We're seeing actual footage. This is crazy. Dave, thank you so much for the clip. Everyone, let's take a look. I want to see if there's audio on this clip. Oh, fuck. What window is it in now?
Ooh.
We're going to leave this on repeat for a bit here.
Is that on the YouTube channel?
Yeah, I'm letting it play on repeat on the YouTube channel. Here,
Government assistant says that that's the Chinese explosion from years ago, a fake clip.
is it a fake clip? This is the stuff we want to know.
According to
we're not just going
government
to buy.
assistant in the
Hang
chat.
on, we're not just going to buy some guy in the comment section, but let's take a look here.
Okay, I wasn't saying he's definitely right. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That does look bad, though. Whatever that is. That does not look good.
I'm going to see what people are saying.
Come on,
This was filmed during a large explosion.
No fucking way. Holy shit, baby. Let's go.
Government assistant says to search 2015 Tianjin explosions on YouTube. I guess implying that it would be the same.
You guys, if someone's asking to check, you just go check.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on. Oh shit, man. Holy shit.
I'm not seeing the video, Trav. Where is it playing right?
You gotta go on
Holy shit, baby.
YouTube.
Okay, yeah, I'm on YouTube.
Go to our live stream.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I'm gonna see what the comments are under this.
Burn.
So let's take a look. What is this? Okay, yeah. This is I think you're right in the comment section. This is good. This looks like to be fake, or at least it's not to do with the Russian issue here. We'll see if there are any new videos.
No fucking way.
Jack also says it's a fake.
Yeah, chemical plant explosion. Yeah, there's going to be all kinds of fake shit, you guys. No worries. It's good we keep taking a look at it. But I think Dave might have sent me a follow-up that some people are saying it's chemical explosion in the U.S. Maybe it's why it's taken down. I don't know. Not sure. Getting mixed comments. Okay. This is the real image of the explosion that happened in the Ukraine. This was sent to me by Lexicon, you guys. Here's an image of one of the explosions, apparently. I wonder if Lexicon, where did this come from?
That's a pretty small explosion, though.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that one that happened in Turkey with that nitrate?
Oh,
fucking...
dude, that was the craziest thing ever.
Dude, that was
the fertilizer
Yeah,
explosion, right?
Dude, it was so crazy, man.
Yeah.
It was huge.
Let's try to find some.
Going off.
Let's see if we can find some more video. There's got to be video out there going around.
Yeah, there's got to be.
I'm just gonna check Twitter. It's probably. United Nations, I think, has maybe spoken. Let's see. Ukrainian. I'm going to go live to this. The Ukrainian ambassador is speaking live at the UN right now.
To say on the record.
Here we go.
That at this very moment,
I do love that cartoon picture of Mace, though.
Yeah, I know you guys. I know you guys can't hear, but I'm going to drop Scott and Nivik back down. We're just going to listen to this Ukraine. You guys, please stay with us on the YouTube
You have a smartphone. You
chat.
can call
Send us
Lavrov
anything
right
you
now.
guys find, please.
We can make a pause to let you go out and call him.
I'm thinking I might go on holiday to Ukraine. Anybody
you are
know
not
any
in a
nice
position
locations?
I know you can't
to
hear
give
this,
an
Andy,
affirmative
but
answer.
let's be quiet for a bit. I'll tell you when it's over.
The Russian Federation ought to relinquish responsibilities of the President of the Security Council, pass these responsibilities on to a legitimate member of the Security Council, a member that is respectful of the Charter, and I ask the members of the Security Council to convene an emergency meeting immediately and consider all necessary draft decisions to stop the war. Because it's too late, my dear colleagues, to speak about de-escalation. Too late. The Russian president declared the war on the record. Should I play the video of your president?
I'm going to start this again so we can see this again, you guys. This is coming from... the quote is, this is from Newsmax, just in, "It's too late, my dear colleagues, to speak about de-escalation. The Russian president declared the war on the record." Should I play the video? Ukrainian ambassador Sergei Kyslytsia presses Russian ambassador Vasily Nebenzia at the United Nations. This was posted 2 hours ago.
Because about 48 minutes ago, your president declared the war on Ukraine.
Okay, this is 48 minutes after the declaration of war. Let's play it.
Because about 48 minutes ago, your president declared the war on Ukraine. So now I would like to ask the ambassador of the Russian Federation to say on the record that at this very moment, your troops do not shell and bomb Ukrainian cities. That your troops do not move in the territory of Ukraine. You have a smartphone, you can call Lavrov right now. We can make a pause to let you go out and call him. If you are not in a position to give an affirmative answer, the Russian Federation ought to relinquish responsibilities of the President of the Security Council, pass these responsibilities on to a legitimate member of the Security Council, a member that is respectful of the Charter, and I ask the members of the Security Council to convene an emergency meeting immediately and consider all necessary draft decisions to stop the war. Because it's too late, my dear colleagues, to speak about de-escalation. Too late. The Russian president declared the war on the record. Should I play the video of your president?
Wow. Incredible. Let me go up here. I'm going to hide that. What do you guys think of the words from the Ukrainian ambassador? But the part of government, what government assistance is saying about not panicking, yes, that's number one. No one be panicking out there. Drop a like, you guys. Make sure you smash that like button. Let's get up to 70 likes. Let's keep going here. Share this stream with your friends. And yeah, we're gonna leave this thing rolling here. How are you doing, Andy?
My back is tensing up a little bit.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I'm
feel,
getting
free to, feel free to tap out whenever you're ready.
Nah, I'll stick around as long as I can, I guess. Mostly just because it's cool to hang out with you and talk to the people, though. But I am interested in what's going on with this, actually.
So
Not good.
I tweeted our live stream out. First response to my tweet, some guy named FaZe Timmy Turner says, "Pang bitch." Well, fuck him too.
That's pretty good, though.
That's pretty good. I actually think we
pretty
should
good.
give FaZe a book. FaZe, if you're here listening to the show, I think you win a book for that. It's pretty good.
Well, maybe. Well, have you considered that, Travis? Like, have you considered that maybe if you weren't such a bitch, this wouldn't have happened? Like, have you considered that it's possible maybe, Putin's acting the way he is because, he saw one of your videos and he was like, this guy is just such a bitch. He's a pang bitch, almost. Because it's his name. And, like, what's, like, an indirect way I could fuck with him?
Mace,
do you think that might be a possibility?
If Mace calls me pang bitch once, I see you, Mace. If you call me pang bitch once, I'm putting you on the midnight show on Sundays as a broadcaster.
How about Mace Starwalk? More like Mace. I'll get back to you on that one. But the point is that Mace Starwalk, more like Mace Cakewalk, because life just is easy for you. And it must be nice. You skate through life where everyone has to try hard. I do that too, by the way.
He's star bitch. Okay, fine.
I'm star bitch.
If I'm gonna be pang bitch, then Andy is R bitch. Andy R bitch. May star bitch. Lexi bitch.
I'm Andy. I'm Andy R word is what I.
Boris
That's what the R's
Kaduko says, I think the Russians have stopped. Maybe. Let's take a look. Have they stopped?
No, I do not, EAE. I absolutely do not. Although I could probably get one really easily if I wanted to.
33 minutes, Russia-Ukraine conflict, live updates. Zelensky declares martial law after Putin launches attacks. President Joe Biden said that he would meet with world leaders to impose severe sanctions in the wake of the Russian attack. Zelensky specified that he talked to President Joe Biden, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, European Council President Charles Michel, Poland President Andrzej Duda, and United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson about immediate sanctions, defense, and financial support. Close the airspace. The world must force Russia into peace, he wrote. I wonder how Boris Johnson's going to react to this.
Oh, we got Lil Me in the chat. I think he's claiming to be FaZe Timmy Turner, saying he'll take the book. So, how do we verify that that's him, though? That's my question.
Okay. If this is you, Lil Me, say Travis Pangburn has the biggest balls in the planet. Put that tweet under my tweet. That'll be the signal. Travis
and also you have to say, and by the way, his co-host seems like a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, his co-host is a swell dude.
We believe you, Lumi. Now you just got to prove it.
Just got to prove it, brother. Where's my...
Let's heal the world and make it a better place. I agree with you, EAE,
If you want
with that sentiment.
a better place, you better look at yourself and make a change.
Government assistance says you can panic now. The U.S. Navy just launched attacks against Russian missile sites that were targeting Ukrainian military infrastructure.
What?
You still shouldn't panic. Panicking doesn't help.
Wait. Is that true, though?
I don't know. That's government assistance said.
Well, let's check this. You can panic now.
Yeah.
Government, if you're getting all this information, you can come into our Discord if you want, and you can DM this to me. Any links you might have.
Queen Anne, I would read that, but I'm concerned for our monetization. And Robert, how I wish. Okay, like.
None of these videos are playable. They keep kind of... I don't know why.
Like, if I could just have it when I wanted it and then go back when I don't want it, I would do that. I think a lot of people would.
Are you talking about having a vagina?
No, I don't. No, I don't know what you mean.
Face Timmy wins the book.
What did he say? What you told him?
If I can't give books to trolls, what the hell am I doing here?
Did he say what you said to say?
Yeah, he did. He said, Travis Penguin has the biggest balls on the planet. # Pang bitch.
Yeah. Okay, now it's a term of endearment.
It
Pang
is.
bitch. My Pang bitch.
Hey, Pang bitch. It's like, yeah. What?
Yeah, dude.
Okay,
you're my bitch,
Travis. You can DM me on Twitter, and I'll give you some instructions on how to collect your book. You've won a copy of. How about The Strange Death of Europe? Hard copy of Strange Death of Europe by Douglas Murray. There you go.
Queen Anne,
I hope you subscribe and eventually come into the Discord server and engage in our weekly discussions.
Queen Anne, that's because I was lying. It's because I was trying to deflect.
I hope
say Pang bitch in the mirror 3 times for the book.
Exactly.
We're sending the wrong message, Travis. We're sending that you enjoy being verbally abused, and you will award the people who do it. but Pang bitch
only
is pretty good.
You guys. This caught me at the right time in the right mood. Sometimes no. Sometimes fuck you.
Pang bitch is pretty good.
I don't know.
Because it's such low hanging, it's not clever at all. It's like I like it. It's pretty good.
Gnome, you're so right, and I normally don't drink anything like this late at night, but yeah, I'm really tired. Okay, Lil Me, you can email me at. You can email me there, travis@pang-burn.com.
Robert Shakuyoha says cockburn is too much. Cockburn. Yeah, cockburn is it's not... You need the pang in there.
Cockburn happens to men who have unfortunately been genitally mutilated at birth. I hate to say
you need the pang in there to know who you're talking about. Because burn it's not enough to know it's Travis.
Maybe one.
You gotta have the pang. Remember the good old days when you could DM YouTubers? EAE.
You could do that.
I don't know. Hey, drag me up. I got the video of the blasts in Kiev.
Who said
That's
that?
Lexicon.
Yeah. I'll get him up.
Oh, he's deaf and muted.
Yeah. He'll join us.
Can I like undo that or?
No, I'm sure he'll do it. Yeah, see you, Boris. Everyone stay safe out there. Lots happening.
Talking while muted and deafened. That's how you communicate.
Yeah.
So this is the bombing that happened on the border of Kiev this morning. It's hard to the video it's still going since this happened, so it's hard to track exactly where it is in the video.
Yeah.
But we
Lexicon,
only got to wait about a minute
everyone
here.
say thank you to Lex in the chat. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so you asked me to find this video. I
Yeah.
couldn't find it on Twitter. And then I quickly hopped over to my Steam account, messaged all the angry Russians that don't speak English very well, and they sent me the EA integration group and
Right.
told me where that was from.
Okay.
So you can see the rockets in the left. You can see these going up into the clouds.
Yep.
Yep. Those are being launched by those Russian military vehicles that you see all the time with like the series of tubes on the top.
Yep.
And in a few minutes, about a third of the way into the image, you're going to see them going off in the city, just making this massive glow.
All right. Yeah, you guys. And this is where again? This is in Kiev?
I believe this is on the border of Kiev at an airport, I think.
Wow.
But yeah, this is one of the Russians' like critical targets that they took out, like at the moments of declaring war, effectively.
Right. Yeah, because it seemed like it was only minutes. Look at the impact, you guys. Holy fuck.
So each one of those flashes is a bomb going off.
Yeah.
I'm also sorry about the lack of pixels. I am in Northern Ontario streaming this.
Yeah, no worries, man.
So yeah, and the cloud rises up, more bombs continue to go off. I'm assuming fuel's burning, and the cloud becomes more and more apparent over time.
Right.
I'm really quite surprised Russia took these actions. They went this far, this fast.
Yeah, I am too, man.
There's also a bunch of reports recently that the number of peacekeepers that are normally kept in a city that is far too Slavic for me to pronounce, on the edge of Moldova, the number of Russian troops there have tripled in number, which is only possible if those are military support troops being sent there by aircraft from Russia, which is technically an invasion of Moldova. I don't know if that means that's war on NATO or what, but that's a scary thought.
Right. Now, the as far as I can tell so far, the targets that have been attacked are military targets, correct?
Yeah, strategic. And that's specifically why the city in Moldova is so important. Apparently, if Russia controls that region, it completely cuts off the Ukraine's access to the Black Sea.
Right. Okay, so... Oh, look at that.
Yeah. And then that fireball, that's pretty much it. It just continues to slowly rise into the sky, but
yeah, it's a good find. Thank you.
Yeah.
Queen Anne's Putin is trying to pull a Hitler before Hitler got greedy. Yeah. I'm seeing a parallel a little bit.
I'm going to pull up this map that Tristan said he dropped in the live text here. Map of Russian missile strikes against Ukrainian targets. All military airports are apparently destroyed. So there's been a targeting of airports, military airports.
Yeah, along with their naval forces, all their ships were sunk in the same moment.
Wow.
So Ukraine's been utterly defeated.
Disabled.
Yeah. I think some comments from people that are not very productive, but definitely have a point, have been going around on Twitter, and that is Britain and the U.S. Encouraged Ukraine to give up all their nukes. So they had better back what they were saying about defending them for that.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, okay. Wow. So, have we seen, like, there's going to be some incredible footage coming out of, like, maybe, but of all these, like how many Navy ships do you think were sunk?
Well, Ukraine, I can look it up. Ukraine, I don't think, had very many.
Okay.
Ukraine's Navy is more of a keep the Somali pirates away. It's not a...
Do we know if anybody died in the explosions?
Yeah. The Ukrainian Navy is 1 frigate, 1 corvette, 4 landing craft, a minesweeper, and 13 patrol boats. It's not...
They have much more air it looks like, in their military.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, is Ukraine, what's the pushback going to be? Like the initial pushback by the Ukrainians?
Well, the thing is Ukraine's been sucking up to NATO for so long.
Now?
Well, they're either fighting or dying, one of the two, and honestly, I don't think it matters compared to the might of Russia when it comes down to this, because, like, Ukraine's been being basically pushed to demilitarize forever by us, by the West. So they don't have much left.
Right. Well, I know, like, Canada has sent over 2 planes of support, but, like, I mean, for an entire country, that's...
I mean, to be fair, I mean, I love Canada. I'm Canadian. Fantastic. The planes we sent are a joke compared to Russian military aircraft. It's a waste of time.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we sent planes. I think we just sent planes full of ammunition and weapons. Like,
okay, yeah, that's. What
guys,
do you friggin' do? The cartels could have done that.
Guys, we want to continue spreading the word, so please share this stream or whatever article, or let people know around you. You don't really necessarily know if it's going to help someone out when something like this happens, because they might have a really good friend that they can call, and maybe that friend wasn't paying attention to what's going on. You know, just it's a good thing to spread the word. And just like we've been fact checking things as we've been looking at things, different information, let's, make sure you're doing that as well on your as you're trying to share some information here.
It was easier to tell earlier on when the tail lights were more obvious because it was darker in the stream. But the EarthCam Live of Kiev, Ukraine, the one I sent you earlier, something that I noticed was the gridlock of this city didn't really start until about an hour ago. And it seems there's quite a number of people fleeing south and east, which is a very odd direction to be traveling if you're trying to flee the war. This is an assumption and a complete leap, but I got a feeling if people are fleeing the city bad enough to cause gridlock in the direction of war, leaving Ukraine or leaving Kiev to the west is probably looking like a shit show if we could find a stream in that direction.
Right.
The other thing that's blowing me away is watching these streams of the live Ukrainian people milling around from these like eye in the sky cameras.
Right.
There's a lot of people who are just walking around.
Yeah.
And that means they either don't know what's going on, or they're unconcerned, which is just a terrifying thought. Because if you heard blasts going off of that scale, you're going to feel them in your chest. You're going to hear them in your ears. You're going to see the flashes in the sky. how are you not concerned? How are you just walking around like it's Thursday morning?
Yeah, that's perplexing. Maybe we were seeing like delayed footage. Like I don't know.
Well, this based on the sunrise and stuff, the footage of the EarthCam Live Kiev Ukraine thing that I sent you earlier is actually live, based on like sunrise and stuff.
I'm trying to find some more. Like I would, I'm expecting there to be a flood of different videos and footage coming out.
Sorry, I got off camera. I had to take a break from sitting in that wooden chair.
Yeah, I'm gonna, just so I can sit a little more comfortably, I'm going to close my camera down. But everyone, we're still here, chilling out. Big stuff happening. Queen Anne's Revenge says, explode enough bombs and someone will die. It's a numbers game, dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, frigate probably has at least a crew of like, at a minimum, probably 80 people.
I think we should. I think we should get the Trav to come up and join us. I'm going to jump down there quickly.
Yeah.
Just a description of this realm that we don't really have access to, but we can say some things. It's ineffable. It's beyond knowledge because we are made up of that thing, and we can't know it because we're the simulation.
Life is destruction and creation.
Anyone who wants to come join us up on the live stream, please do. We're just chilling now. Yeah.
Let's pop on camera, lying on my bed like a schoolgirl propositioning you.
I mean, to be fair, Andy, that might actually increase the number of people watching the stream.
Oh, it definitely might because I'm so irresistible, but that would distract from the point.
If you need an attractive face, I think I got you covered.
Oh, great. Here we go.
Oh, great. Now we're forming the Twink Squad. Perfect.
So we haven't heard from Roski. We haven't heard from Roski about what's your initial reaction? Same, we'll get Dal's as well, to Russia declaring a war on Ukraine. Is that hard to
absolutely
believe?
Awful and scary, man.
Yeah.
It's like in fact I don't even know if I totally believe in it, and I don't know if that's like some kind of like defense mechanism, emotional defense mechanism or something. But like I don't even know if I really believe in it.
Well, here's something I want to know. Like in these areas where the attacks are taking place, I wonder what have the Ukrainians? I mean, martial law's been declared by the Ukrainians, and and are they fighting right now? Like I would expect that we would be able to see what's going on a little more, but I'm trying to find like. There must be some fighting going on. You would think.
Yeah,
but I know
I
Russia,
don't know.
from what Lexicon was just saying, it seems like right as soon as Putin made this declaration, like minutes after, the ships, the Ukrainian ship fleet was sunk, and all of these, I don't know if you guys saw what Fateh posted up there, but all of these, military airports just bombed. So
here's the thing: warfare has advanced so far. The typical way we think of war no longer exists.
Right.
This act by Putin to destroy a bunch of military bases in a sudden strike is like old tactics. It's if he's using tactics like this, it's an indication he does not even see Ukraine as a threat at all. Like that is not you don't need to do that anymore because communication is so easy and so simple. You knock it out in one facet and it just comes back in 10-15 minutes. like, especially in a country like Ukraine that's been so heavily militarized over the years because it's been in so many conflict zones. It's almost pointless. This isn't good.
But Russia took over Crimea using the same methods, right? So
Yeah, they did.
yeah. So why would they think that those same methods are valid now? Because when they took over Crimea, that was what, over like 6 years ago? Why would they not think those same methods are still valuable now?
So let's get some predictions here, guys. How is this going to play out if you had to bet your money on it?
I think it depends entirely upon if there's a push towards encouraging war.
Okay, so yeah, just whatever you think is most likely, then let's make it about that. So do you think it's likely that they will people will want this, or
most likely Ukraine falls, America backs out, and they do appeasement exactly like they did with Hitler.
Ukraine has already fallen, my friend.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Well, Ukraine's military airports.
Like Ukraine, when I say fallen, I mean it doesn't turn into an Afghanistan.
Right.
I think it might turn into an Afghanistan because America's gonna.
No.
America's gonna what?
Do you imagine the Ukrainian people like taking up arms in that same way?
Like ethnic Ukrainians hate Russia with a passion. You don't just use prima noctra against Ukrainians, within living memory and expect them to fucking give up and forget. No, they're pissed. Like Russia, the Soviet Union literally had a remove Ukrainians by mass immigration policy for like quite a number of years. That's why there's so many Russians in the region.
I'd like to define prima nocta for those unawares.
That's banging somebody's wife before they get a chance to.
By the ruler, yeah.
I think Octavian is still having trouble getting in.
Yeah,
I was being hyperbolic.
I told him to go into one of the other voice channels, and I'll drag him up.
Yeah, I sent him an invite, but
well, I already told him to do that. So,
well, I guess we'll just see who he listens to.
Well, what's your take, Andy? Where do you think this is going?
What do I think will happen? Well, this, like everything else, no matter how bad, I ultimately think it'll be okay. So that's where my optimism comes out. But before that point, I'm not sure how long this is going to last for or how bad this is going to get. But I do think the Allies are going to be pushing Putin because of this in some way. And I think eventually he's going to have to back down and maybe cut his losses. I think it's too early to say that we're like in as much danger as we might fear. We shouldn't write it off that it'll get worse, but it might not be as bad as we think.
Andy, if the reports coming in are true that he is increasing his forces in Moldova, that's on the far side of the Ukraine. That's NATO territory. That's a really bad sign. And I don't mean it's a bad sign because like Russia is going to invade all the NATO countries. He's going full total war. It's a bad idea because I don't think NATO will respond appropriately to that.
So this
Well,
is
whatever.
What?
However long it takes. I think
a couple ways I see this going is that Russia will take Ukraine and Moldova. I think it's true that they are in they're in Moldova right now. I've seen multiple sources say such.
Well, they're
I
always
think
in Moldova. They keep a peacekeeping force there of 1,500 troops, but there are a few reports now of people saying those numbers have ballooned up to about 3,500.
Also, you
So
guys,
how's
just FYI, while we're in here, please do keep an eye on the YouTube chat and engage there. We got a lot of comments coming in, good comments, so let's make sure we're reading them as we move as well. I'll share the OBS stream for you guys.
So how's that going to work when the majority of
the
majority of the nation don't want you there? How exactly would that work?
This is a good comment. They said Hitler conquered half of Europe and would have kept it if they didn't keep going. Very, very true. I think the only reason Hitler lost that war was because America spat, or because Japan spat on America, and thus incurring our wrath and our counter attacks on both fronts. If as long as not too many countries get involved, of course, then this tactic, the Blitzkrieg tactic, is apparently very similar to what this man is doing. Putin is employing this as fast as he possibly can, destroy as many targets as possible while Biden is asleep, which is pretty smart. And it's an old tactic for a reason, right?
Biden, I get the hate Biden thing, but Biden was saying that he was going to invade. Maybe we should get out of the that part of the area.
No, I'm not being political. This is the strategic point of view. Of course, he's going to attack while most of the Western world is asleep. That's
nobody
just
was more aggressive than the U.S. in trying to hit sanctions. People more holding the U.S. back, and it was like, let's be diplomatic, and it was more of a view where no, you send arms in, and only and Germany was like, no, we can talk. And I'll send some helmets. People were like criticizing Germany. It's like, what are they going to do with helmets? Like, Putin doesn't respect that. He respects. You have to speak a different language than him, of might. Unfortunately,
Putin didn't just wait for the West to be asleep. He also waited for this weather. If you look at the weather patterns over Ukraine right now, they're absolutely perfect for invasion. Low-hanging clouds, tons of fog. If you want to launch rockets undetected and scramble anti-rocket, anti-aircraft fire, like that's when you do it. Like,
nobody is fucking caring about that.
So what? He's invading. So he's going to move into Ukraine.
With warfare, people aren't thinking about what's the weather like right now. Nobody gives a fucking shit about that, dude.
I mean, historically, weather makes or breaks battles, so I don't know how you make that claim.
No, based on what? Like,
what do you mean? Napoleon failed to invade Russia because of the Siberian weather. Siberian weather. The Mongolians failed to invade Japan because of the typhoon season. Weather has always been important.
D-Day was canceled twice due to weather concerns. I mean,
exactly. But do you think the people who are making those decisions are like, well, let's look at the weather and see what's going on right now? Or
I absolutely think Russia's generals said, let's look for perfect weather conditions. We are primed and ready to go. Absolutely. If you can wait 3 days to have a low-pressure system come in and provide you free cover so you don't have to fire smoke constantly everywhere, yeah, that's useful. Of course they're going to take that tactical advantage.
That's not the way. That's not the way war is actually conducted. Like nobody who's like deciding a war is going to be like, what we need to do is wait 3 days for this storm front to come in and like.
Are you serious? For the very first invasion, the most important, of course you're going to wait for the best weather. They've had troops waiting along the border. What do you think they were waiting for?
God damn it! Yeah,
There's no catching people off guard. Arms were sent into Ukraine. That area that he moved into is a Russian stronghold.
Yes. It's not like we're dealing in like 1920 trench warfare.
No, you don't even. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, if you have, if you have
satellites,
small advantages matter.
I think Scott's saying we have the technology.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
we have the technology,
there's low cloud cover right now. You know, to give you a very pictorial demonstration, there's low cloud cover over Ukraine right now. So imagine if you're dropping bombs, you've got, geo coordinates of all the locations that you want to bomb, but you know that they've got cameras on the ground looking up at the sky. They're anti-air missiles. So what do? You wait until the clouds are covering your aircraft.
Yeah, I streamed a video just a little while ago, and you can see rockets taking off, disappearing into the sky, and then explosions happening with no discernible heat signature from the rockets on return.
Yeah,
so
but that's the thing. Like if you think current rocket technology has anything to do with cloud coverage or anything like that,
no, it's not to do with
dude. Like rocket technology and telemetrics in the way that like people can use artillery has nothing to do with fucking cloud coverage anymore. It hasn't had anything to do with it in a long fucking time. Like that makes no sense, dude. Like somebody could launch fucking missiles.
So rockets have 100% accuracy. They always hit their targets, and nothing ground troops can do can possibly slow them down.
Okay, so
that's ridiculous.
An invasion. Those are Russian held areas.
Just really quick.
Areas sympathize with Russia.
If you think there's an issue with countries launching rockets right now, in any sort of weather having an effect on them being able to launch a rocket.
No, I'm saying their ability to shoot down the rockets is hindered by cloud cover. So of course you wait for that.
I'm glad this guy is not in charge of any military contingent.
Lexicon. You're arguing regardless. The area he moved into are Russian that lean to him.
Kiev is not an area that the Russia leans towards Russia, my guy. That's the capital.
This conversation is making me so soft right now.
He is bombing. He has bombed and destroyed the capital's airport. And a bunch of their military installations. That is not Russian interested zones.
Dude, lexicon fucking the cloud coverage literally has nothing to do with people launching rockets anymore. I don't know.
No, it has to do with the people trying to stop those rockets. You want to fire into cloud cover and have it come back down because SAM sites have a harder time picking up heat signatures in cold, icy clouds.
No, you obviously don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, he's invading Kyiv right now.
Well, let's
No, he's taking out their air bases.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Dude, like you're making these wild fucking claims.
Okay, wait, Scott.
Wait a second. So,
do you
what is wild?
Hang on.
How is that a wild claim
Dude,
that
I
they
love
use
how
infrared
nitpicky we
technology to see rockets and shoot them down?
Yeah, because because obviously you don't know what infrared means. You think
infrared is the spectrum of light that comes from heat signatures.
Yeah, and if you think cloud coverage has anything to do with fucking satellites being able to pick up infrared,
a giant mass of freezing cold water between you and the rocket has nothing to do with hiding a heat signature. Are you hearing what you're saying?
Dude,
clouds known for scattering infrared light.
Yeah, dude, you're so wrong, dude. Like it's
to make an argument, Scott.
Please tell me how. Please tell me how clouds do not scatter
at
infrared
this
light.
At this point, submit your evidence up into the live text so we can just look this out instead of going back and forth. Let's just look at the actual technology and see. Like if we Google, let's do this.
Yes, please, please Google it.
And Lex, you're claiming that cloud cover plays a role on the defense side. Is that what you're saying?
Cloud cover is useful to the aggressors because you can hide your rockets' heat signatures more easily in the clouds. It makes it harder for the defense to shoot them down.
Okay, let's do.
This is only specifically with low dense cloud cover. It doesn't work with high altitude clouds because then you're aiming for a pinpoint. Whereas if it's low clouds, the infrared light is so scattered by the time it's reaching the center, the sensor in the actual SAM site, it becomes more difficult to actually pin it down.
And are we talking about in rocketry, or are we talking something?
This is specifically taking down rockets with other rockets.
Okay, so anti rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're fucking wrong on that, dude. Like,
Scott,
so don't just say I'm wrong. Please explain to me the technology that has made what I'm saying inferior.
You've already stated that you think he's wrong, so let's post some stuff.
Yeah,
here.
dude, rocket cloud coverage map. So we can look at something here. Global cloud coverage. And you can look at what is global cloud coverage. Map of global afternoon cloudiness derived from observations from the Aqua satellite data NASA. The map above shows average afternoon cloud across the globe, compiled from daily measurements acquired by the Aqua satellite between 2002 and 2015. Below are similar images for each month of the year. You know, so let me pull this up. Like just the information on the amount of clouds that are.
I want to read something here. Let's see if this answers anything. Weather effects on Army operations. This appendix describes common weather in general. Weather effects on operations as they affect specific types of units and selected operations. Common effects. Although environmental elements tend to have different effects on different types of units and operations, many can be identified as having similar effects on a majority of combat elements and operations. Many of the common effects can be derived from planning purposes from the climate of the theater of operations. Special attention must be given to those elements of weather which may limit operations or preclude them altogether. For instance, operations in the tropics must be planned to consider the reoccurring cycle of the monsoon season. In continental Europe, strategy must be considered with severe winters and with the annual autumn and spring thaws affecting trafficability and cross-country movement. Let's see if we can get to weather elements, visibility. Okay, here we go. Weather elements. Terrain features affect weather, climate, and weather elements such as visibility, temperature, humidity, precipitation, winds, clouds. These specific elements vary with the geographical area, time, and season. A description of the climate of a large area considers terrain influences only in general terms, whereas a description of a small area, such as a single valley, can be specific. FM 30-10 contains further information. Okay. It is important that commanders and staff understand and consider weather in their tactical planning. And again, maybe some of you guys disagree with this. They must recognize the tactical significance of weather effects on intended operations and the risks or opportunities they present. The effects of weather are integrated with enemy and terrain analysis through IPB factors that must be considered to include, okay, clouds is in that list. Visibility. Low visibility is beneficial to offensive and retrograde operations and detrimental to defensive operations. In the offense, it conceals the concentration of maneuver or friendly forces thus enhancing the possibility of achieving the element of surprise. Low visibility hinders the defense because cohesion and control become difficult to maintain. Reconnaissance and surveillance are impeded, and target acquisitions are less accurate. These disadvantages may be offset partially by extensive use of illuminatives, radar, sound detection, thermal, and infrared devices. However, infrared devices are degraded in range by any moisture source, precipitation, or moisture-absorbing smoke. Smoke and obscurant aerosols can be expected on medium intensity to high intensity battlefields and may be used locally to reduce visibility. In all operations, obstructants limit the use of aircraft and aerial optical and infrared surveillance devices. I'll post this, and if you guys want to look
So
at it
I just looked it up. 5th generation rockets, which are not available to the Ukrainians at this time, IRR homing, is not affected by weather in any way, shape, or form. It has complete crystal clarity out to the troposphere. However, the semi-active homing, which is used by the Ukrainians at this time as their only method away to deal with Russian missile attacks, are entirely affected by weather and require the target who is controlling the vehicle to be in a constant motion towards the launching point of the rocket to maintain weather penetration and tracking.
By the way,
so
the word
the Ukrainians
very broad,
need
by the
clear
way.
skies to be able to defend against
don't
rockets.
Interrupt.
Lexicon
finish. And then we'll go Scott, you can respond, and then we'll go Nivik.
Can I say one thing real quick? The word effect is very broad. If it's going to affect to the point...
Scott, let's go really quick, and then we'll get you. I can't hear anything, Nivik. The faster you say it, trying to get it in, it doesn't make any sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, let Lexicon tell us finish.
Okay. I was going to let Nivik go first, and then you.
No, I'm just saying, like, I see where he's coming from, Lexicon, and the word effect is very broad. If it's going, it's about it really making a difference in where Scott's coming from, and where it's probably. I mean, the missile's going to track regardless. The cloud might have somewhat of effect, but it's still going to track the.
Scott's argument is that it has no effect whatsoever.
No, that's actually not what I'm saying.
He's saying it's not going to make a difference.
Let's let Scott answer now.
Yeah. Lexicon, you're right. You're saying like with a certain amount of technology that it's going to have like a less. It's going to be less effective, right? But even if you shoot a missile. So if you understand anything about the way like artillery works, like you're using azimuths, right? So you set up
they're not using artillery in this particular instance.
Yes, they are. They are using artillery.
No artillery was fired for the bombing of the airport, where it was key and the weather played a role in the Ukrainians' ability to defend against it. They used rocket artillery. This is not the same thing.
Yeah, rocket artillery is still artillery, my man.
Yeah, but okay, so artillery fires a shell. It gets all of its energy from the initial burst out of the barrel. Rocket artillery has a very high angle of attack. It's fired high into the atmosphere to get outside of the range of surface-to-air missiles, and then falls with a cooled engine using grid fins to aim in on the location they want to strike.
Yes,
that is.
It's a propulsion system versus.
The propulsion system only gets it high. It uses gravity to find its target, so that way it doesn't have a strong heat signature. This is to get around the Ukrainians' defense system, their semi-active home, because they only have Gen 4 stuff from the late 90s. And the cloud cover is absolutely going to help them hide a heat signature.
Yeah, and I said you're correct in that. If you're talking about a certain amount of technology,
so
then
why would you make the assessment that the Russians would not consider weather at all, given that the Ukrainian military they are facing, weather conditions affect them?
Because it's an advanced military, and those factors that you're saying is going to make a difference.
So of course they're gonna wait for good weather.
Yeah.
I think
But
Russia can.
any
A
military.
missile's going to go through a damn cloud and hit.
Hold on. Any military is going to try and take advantage of any situation that they think is going to benefit them. But what you're saying is the weather is like the deciding factor.
That is not what I said.
It sounded like that's what you're.
I think Russia made the choice to go to war a week and a half ago, and they were just waiting for perfect conditions, both politically perfect conditions and weather conditions. If you've already made the decision to go to war, Russia has all the cards in this scenario. They have all the power over the region.
What are the
They can afford to wait a day.
What are the political ones? What are the political perfect conditions? By the way, I'm curious.
There is literally no way to determine in the future what the best fucking climate positions are going to be. Like, right?
Well, obviously you'll have a general. You'll obviously have a general making that constant decision continuously. Are the factors finally enough in our favor that we make the decision to go to war?
Explain the political perfect condition. Explain.
You're fucking cutting at straws, dude. Like,
explain the perfect political condition.
Let's. Okay, I think Scott and Lexicon disagree a fair amount on this. I'm not saying
I just disagree with his characterization of what I was saying. That's it.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I think you guys. There's a little bit of splitting hairs here.
It is.
Explain the perfect political condition.
I'm not going to do that, Nivik. I'm not a Russian general. I don't know the perfect political positions from their perspective.
Lexicon. You do know that I really like you, though, right? Like I'm not trying to be an asshole.
Okay. I know you do. We are.
You know the weather. You know the weather ones though.
Well, yeah, because I understand the technology. Not
Jerry Johnson.
Dude, I don't even speak Russian.
Jerry Johnson says he was trained in a battery company, but my MOS, military occupation specialty, was 19 Delta Cavalry Scout. Cool.
Yeah.
But by the way, Lexicon, you think the condition could possibly mostly be political and then weather, and why he moved in?
I think I think Russia can afford to wait on almost anything political for at least 24 hours. I'm sure some general sitting somewhere, if they're like, okay, we're going to war, set up the plans, give out the orders, set up the things, get everyone ready, and then somebody goes, well, there's a cold front moving in. Could just wait 12 hours.
My point is that there's one condition and there's another of political and weather. And you're saying, well, I'm not sure about the other, but that other, which is political, might be more of a factor than the weather and why he
Sure, of course it could.
But so maybe your weather is irrelevant is where I'm coming from.
What I also do want to say, Lex, I was 13 Mike. Yeah, that was my MOS in the military. 13 Mike is a multiple launch rocket system. So basically what you do with that is you have like a pod of rockets that fucking shoot off and take out, like they'll take out an entire grid square.
Russia used effectively their version of that technology.
Yes. So that technology literally has nothing to do with like if it's cold or if there's clouds or anything.
Yeah, from the launcher's perspective.
Yeah,
not
from launcher's perspective, it has nothing to do with anything. It's like you set your specific aspect.
I just wanted to throw this out there just to kind of just like tug at our emotional heartstrings a little bit.
Yeah.
Russia, depending on who you ask, either the second or third most powerful military on this planet, has just declared war on a nation and started attacking targets. Let's talk about what it would look like if this thing unfortunately did boil into Ukraine starts fighting back, and all of a sudden some of our allies get tugged into this, and the world kind of goes to war again.
Yeah.
What does that look like in reality?
I think Ukraine war would turn into Korea or Vietnam.
Well, I do have a question. Does anybody know where or what Russia is actually attacking?
Yep. So the Russia has attacked. There's a map here. If you look at this in the live text, here's one map. Map of Russian missile strikes against Ukraine targets. All military airports are apparently destroyed, and then the very small, amount of ships that they have apparently have been sunk.
God damn it! Yeah,
they had 2 ships.
Queen
come on,
Anne's Revenge.
Forget a couple dinghies.
Queen Anne's Revenge. Thank you for coming into the Discord server. Feel free to jump in the voice chat with us. If you can't get in for some reason, just go into one of the voice channels and I will drop you into the chat if you're interested. But Queen Anne's Revenge said she wanted to post her thing about clouds. It says, do clouds reflect infrared radiation? And then there's a little bit, clouds absorb and emit infrared radiation like a solid surface. Clouds are not selective absorbers, emitters of infrared radiation. If all other factors are equal, cloudy nights are warmer than clear nights. Clouds reflect much of the sun's radiation back to space, which keeps the surface of the Earth cooler. Thanks, Queen Anne's Revenge. Welcome to the Discord server. You guys can all use that Discord link if you want to come and join us in here. You now get the cool Pangburn Explorer, kind of like new green
got that green guy.
Got that green guy.
The infrared is long wavelengths.
I don't want to keep talking about this, though.
Microwaves, like with the satellite dishes.
Yeah.
Like those are short wavelengths, and it would disperse when it interacts with water models.
Okay, but I want to get more. I want to get more of your guys's thoughts of try to imagine what this would be like. Here's the most extreme question, right? Would weapons of mass destruction, would there be a sign, could this happen, or is that something no one's gonna go there? I mean, we heard Trump's attitude towards that, where he said, if he had to use them, he would use them, right?
Yeah. I don't think anybody's gonna actually drop nukes though.
No.
People.
I as hell hope not.
Yeah, I do think countries recognize that if you drop a nuke, that's unleashing something that you're not going to be able to fucking contain anymore. So when we see these incursions, they are incursions of smaller levels, right? So they're using more old school methods of specific rocket attacks and stuff like that, and they're not using nukes, right?
No, I'm not saying they are now. I'm saying is when Trump says something like that, is he kind of alone in that realm of well, if we felt we had to use them for our defense, then we would use them.
There's an overreaction. That's not a good move, and it has to be a certain level of reaction. You can't just do it.
Well, I'm not saying.
I don't think Trump would have even used nukes. He might have talked a big game because he is trying to be a fucking tough guy.
Well, that's what I was saying.
I don't think he would have actually ever dropped.
Even if he wanted to, I don't think people would really listen to him.
But do you guys do you think there's ever a line that you would that a nation could cross where you would justify dropping a nuke. Like with Japan, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I think the second that you force your citizens to fight like the Japanese did, like you either fucking defend the emperor or not, and you're dead, I think yes, right there. Because at that point, there's no more citizens on the ground. What the fuck are you gonna do? At that point, you need to fucking show them, like, hey, this is the wrong idea. You shouldn't fucking be doing this. I think there is certain instances, but I think it's very rare.
Hey, Travis, I just want to point out something here that's a little interesting, just in the way the patterns of the universe are lining
Sure.
up here. As we know, 2020 was the year of plague, and so was 1820, 1920, 1720, and 1620. We should have seen it coming. Well, in the year of 2022, the number 2 nation in the world, right, decided to attack the number 22 nation in the world on the power index scale of military might. We should have seen this coming.
A little serendipitous, eh?
Hold on. I'm sorry. God damn it! It was Octavian. Like you said somebody would still drop nukes. Can you point to me like any country right now that you think would drop a nuke on another country and think that it's
What I was saying is I think that there's justified reasons for using them, like with Japan, simply for the fact that they militarized their citizens. I think at that point, yes, that is all justifiable reason, because at that point nobody has a fucking say in this. It's you are either becoming to defend your fucking emperor or whatever you want to call your fucking head of your country. And I do think that yes, when it comes to a situation like that, it is justified.
There's many ways to skin a cat.
But just real quick, do you think there's any way that the United States would have dropped a nuke on Japan if they knew Japan had nukes that they could drop back on fucking the United States? I don't think they would. I think at that point they'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, like that's not going to be worth it. We can look back and pass and say like, okay, well, it made sense at that time because it prevented this kind of it prevented these further things in war. But all of a sudden, when we're looking at a world where you've got India, where you've got fucking China, where you've got Russia, where you've got fucking the UK, everybody's got fucking nukes. If somebody dropped one, everybody would be fucking dropping one. Period. Like that's like.
Or I mean, if someone drops one though, right, Scott? Like, I think it's not necessarily the case that the reaction would be to drop more. Like I don't like I hear that a lot. Like. Because I can imagine scenarios where, okay, maybe a country would get one off and it would hit, but that doesn't necessarily mean we would do that back to them. We might invade that country and remove that government body. But it's not necessarily the case that like monkey see, monkey do, like, eye for an eye reaction. I think there are more reasonable reactions. Like if Russia, if Russia got a nuclear warhead through air defense and it landed in the east coast of Canada and killed many people, I would want my government to take a strong look at all of the options and. Of course, you want to be ready beforehand with exercises to know what you're going to do in these situations. But I would want to know what the other options are outside of the finality of maybe like, 20 nukes leveling,
Yes. So in that situation though, do you think if a country saw that there is a fact that there's a nuke being launched at their own country, that if they had nukes, they wouldn't launch nukes back in retaliation before it even landed?
Maybe it depends on the country. I think, like, I'm just saying, in the scenario where, like, maybe just imagine like North Korea or something, they were able to sneak some new missile technology by the United States, and it landed in the middle of the desert, and we were able to determine that it came from North Korea.
Yeah.
I don't know that you would necessarily flatten them, right? At that point. I'm just thinking of some scenarios where nukes are flying, but they're being done in this really like test you type way, as opposed to dropping it in the center of New York City, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if a nuke hit like in the desert, in the United States, probably not as much kickback as if a nuke hit fucking Washington D.C.
Yeah. Well,
there is an argument.
Like, of course, like
holy shit, like shit's gonna pop off.
We just gotta avoid mutually assured destruction.
Wait, let's get Del 2 and then we'll go to Nivik. Del 2, go ahead.
We just have to I think you're right, Pangburn. There are scenarios where it's not just mutually assured destruction, but between two large nations, it's hard. Even tactical nukes, I see it eventually. You're gonna just send more and more nukes because you have them, and it doesn't. It doesn't work out well unless it's like North Korea, like you're saying, or some special scenario.
And it's crazy when I hear that. It just reminds me of the Sumerians. It reminds me of Mesopotamia. It's like, and then you look at where we are now compared to where we were. Yeah, we have these brilliant new toys and technology, but I mean, we were basically the same biological entities then, right? With just a lot more ignorance. But yeah, it's kind of like, will that be humanity's story? I don't think so. I think, a lot of people say if nuclear war broke out, it would be the end of mankind. I don't believe so.
Yeah. Our story is that Hammurabi's code is the same as the genetic code of humans.
Yeah, it would change. It would change a lot in this world for sure, if there was a nuclear war. But end of humanity, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you on that, Travis, because it's the same thing with like Greek fire and like Archimedes, like when he understood like certain things about like war methods in Greece, they were able to take out boats using Greek fire, which was basically like they were using oil to catch boats on fire. So like no matter how much water you try to put on that boat to eliminate the fire, it just made the fire grow more, right? So that was the notion of Greek fire. I feel that's the same thing of what a nuke is. It's something that it's an idea of a piece of destruction or a method of destruction that is so huge that people are gonna take a step back from taking that choice, right?
Yeah, you might build entire religions around, the great nuclear war and what we learned this after the dust settled, the steps humanity took forward that moved more towards an artistic flourishment where we kind of like did away with tribalism, and maybe it takes a lesson like that,
Exactly.
And then you just like start creating technologies where you just make sure that there's always some really thick cannabis smoke in the air. And then there was never an argument, only a strong disagreement for the rest of humanity's time on this state of potential.
Wait a second. Just before we give Nivik the mic, I gotta ask: does anybody here think weed rations will be a thing for Canadian troops?
Dude, that would be pimp.
But I think if anything, if humanity is gonna end, I don't think it'll be by nuke, and I think it'll be more by seppuku. We commit suicide, but in what way, I can't put my finger on.
You think we like as a species? Because I think that might happen to some people. Like they just self implode. Their ideology like backfires in their face. You know, their moral foundation might just blow up in their face. Like, and you know, you when the dust settles, you've learned this lesson. But I think you're talking a little more cynically. Like, you know, it's more likely that we just like, you know, trip and fall and crack our head.
See, what I'm more thinking, and like I said, I'm not nailed down to this idea. I think what's eventually going to happen is we're going to be so divided amongst all these different ideologies that we're just going to fucking implode. Like you said, there's going to be so many different people thinking so many different things that they're just going to want to go to war with each other, and we're all just going to be fucked.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think I still think it's unlikely that we break out into another world war. And even if we did, I think I think humanity will pull through, and and things, there's things like, imagine what the world was like everyone felt like, okay, this is over, it's time to start over, make a new world, except this time the world's different technologically. Our standard of living now is for the most part, it's worth preserving. So there's a lot more, I think. There's a lot more at stake now for people to consider. But you also don't want some some leader who's getting on in their years and they never really had the triumphant victories that they once imagined, maybe in their fantasy, about what their reign was going to look like. And you don't want some lunatic getting overzealous and invading an entire country and declaring war and causing the deaths of millions of people. We don't want that, right?
Oh yeah, well, I'm not saying it'll be war. I'm saying it could be any number of reasons. One, I can't really pinpoint exactly what I think it could be. I think it could be any number of things. But I don't think we'll probably see it in our lifetime, but I do think that eventually we as a people are destined to fucking fail. That's just my opinion. I'm a nihilist. I don't really think anything fucking is gonna really come of humanity besides of what we might make of it, Because what's important to me is not going to be important to, say, any of you in this fucking group chat.
Yeah,
but it goes both ways. What might be important to someone else here isn't important to me. And that's what I think. That's where I think it's going to start. We're all going to have different ideologies.
Yeah, but I think here Travis is right. Like, I don't think we're ever going to actually see a World War III. I don't think
Oh
that.
no, I'm not saying it'll be war. I think it could be any number of things. Like that could be one, but it's not an idea that I'm fully nailed down to. I don't think there will be a World War III. I think we learned our lesson with two.
Yeah.
But I do think we still could fucking end on something really stupid. I could definitely see it that as ending humanity, just something really minute and stupid. Like I don't know. Let's go with like fucking climate change. With how many people believe it and how many people don't.
Yeah, but I don't even think that would end humanity, right? So like humanity, like what it would really take is like 2,000 people living. And as long as you had like, as long as you saw like 2,000 human beings alive, humanity could still go forth, regardless of fucking if we're 7 billion people strong or 2,000 people strong. Humanity will still go forward, right?
Just before the topic gets too buried and it's so far gone, this makes no sense to bring up. There is an argument to be made for a specific class of tactical nuclear bombs right now. There is, I forget which particular element it is, but there's one you can make a nuclear bomb with about roughly the size of a golf ball. You don't need a lot of it. And the byproducts that are left over only have a half-life of 20 years. Super radioactive, but the half-life is so short they're considered like viable nuclear bombs if you want to take out like a singular military base with just one bomb type deal.
Yeah, well, you don't even like if you're talking about like supersonic weapons, like all you need is like a rod that's a metal rod that shocks fast enough to the earth that there's not going to be any radioactiveness left after it, but it's going to fuck up a huge area.
Maybe if you dropped it from orbit, but I don't think any hypersonics are fast enough for that.
No, hypersonics aren't fast for that. That's what they're actually developing right now. Hypersonic weapons.
I thought the whole point to hypersonics is just because you literally can't shoot them down before they hit their target.
No. The idea is that it's traveling so fast.
So they actually intend them as kinetic weapons?
Yes, kinetic weapons, exactly. Yep.
Huh, crazy.
But it is true that we cannot track them yet.
I actually the ship the US has that uses a laser for shooting down missiles is able to track them if they're flying toward it.
If they're flying toward it, okay. So
it's called it's called the Spider System. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it can't track it crossing its horizon, but it can track it going like past.
It's within a certain amount of mileage that it gets up to where it is placed. I forgot the exact amount of mileage, but yeah, because they have it placed at like some of the US's biggest buildings. So like the White House, for example, has part of this system in place. Within a certain amount of yardage, it'll just shoot down any fucking missile that tries to come toward it. It's called the Spider System. It was actually invented by the Israelis. I forgot how many fucking millions of dollars we paid to have them fucking install this for us. But we have it at all of our nation's biggest and most prominent buildings.
Well, I think we kind of installed it for them. At least that's what I was here. The Iron Curtain. I think that.
Literally,
Is it the Iron Curtain? No, that's.
I was watching a thing about it. We literally bought this system from them. But we have it installed at our nation's most prominent places. We bought it from them.
Tony, look up what supersonic weapons actually mean. There's no there's no way to stop it. It's not like it's a missile. Like all you have to do is fire like a metal rod stuff into the earth, and it's gonna.
Oh, I know. I'm just talking. I'm just talking about as far as missiles and bombs go, with bombing like our centralized buildings and government. I'm not talking about subsonic weapons at all. No. What I'm talking about is entirely for bombs and missiles. It's aimed to shoot it down.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, like as far as that other shit goes, yeah, it wouldn't work. But if someone launched a missile, say at the Capitol building, that shit'll be shot down pretty fucking quick.
Look at it this way. Putin always was talking against NATO and wanted to divide it, and look what he did. He more unified it.
No, but even like an ICBM, like an intercontinental ballistic missile, like you're not going to be able to shoot that down. ICBMs you cannot shoot down. They're traveling fast enough that they're like you're not just going to shoot it down the same way you would like conventional. There's no fucking way.
I can't even remember what I was watching that was talking about this. It was something on. Does anyone remember the military channel?
Look up what an ICBM is. Like,
I think the most vulnerable state is when it's in space. They said.
I know what that is. I'm just saying, like this is designed for missiles that come within our airspace, something that our airspace could detect.
Yeah.
It's not for something that our airspace couldn't detect or anything like that. This is made for detectable threats against our buildings and shit.
Yeah,
we only have it at like I think it was like okay, it's the Capitol building, the White House, and what's that third building in Washington D.C.? Fuck. It starts with a P. I can't think of it right now. The Pentagon. There we go. The Pentagon. Yeah, it's
Project
only in place at those three buildings.
Project Thor. The idea is to get telephone pole-sized tungsten rods in a satellite and drop them wherever you want to bomb things.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. Can you imagine that? Dal?
But this
I literally can't. No.
This is the problem with that system, though. It's not automated. It's run by actual people. So, like, if they see something entering our airspace that hasn't been identified and it is going towards one of those three buildings, someone physically has to shoot it down. It's not like automated where it's like, okay, it's right here, press this button, boom, it's gone. No, a person actually has to be like, okay, it's traveling here, it's projected to land here, type some shit on a computer, boom, and hopefully they get it. It's not a guarantee that they will get it.
Yeah, no,
But
hypersonic is like across the world in under a minute type of speed.
Tony, if you had a tungsten the size of a telephone pole traveling at that speed, you're not fucking.
No. I'm not saying it would work against that. I'm just stating the fact that it's made for just regular missiles, none of that crazy shit. It's not, what you guys are talking about, no, it would not work for that. I know for a fact it would. But
I wasn't trying to
regular regular old missiles and shit and bombs, yeah, it'll definitely work for that.
Yep. Totally.
Man,
Yeah,
what
I
if the
get what
Star
you're
Wars
saying.
project happened?
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
I'm looking it up right now that there was a successful intercept, but I mean
But that's
not easy.
yeah, it's
Oh,
called yeah, like I said, it's nicknamed the Spider System.
I
It
can
was
show you
invented by
the.
Israeli special forces.
It wouldn't matter
There's
anyway because there'll be fake missiles, right? As well.
No, Nivik. I can send you a video of the Iron Dome, not curtain. Sorry about that earlier. The Iron Dome over Israel being attacked by Palestine, and you can see just hundreds of actual missiles meant to just wipe buildings out getting shot out of the air. It's terrifying.
We're talking ICBMs. We're talking ICBMs.
So
Not those.
That's the
Probably.
thing. Like
There might be a chance, but probably not though.
Tony, like the kind of weapons that are being worked on right now are hypersonic weapons, right? So it's basically the notion of having like a tungsten rod shot to Earth at a speed that you cannot even fucking comprehend. So it doesn't require any nuclear material. It's just a piece of metal traveling so fast to the Earth that when it hits it, it would fucking destroy like half the Earth. Period. Like that's the kind of shit that's being developed right now.
I don't know about half the Earth, but yeah, definitely fucking,
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. I just found it. I just found what I'm talking about. So it's effective against aircraft, UAVs, PGMs, cruise missiles, and helicopters. Is what it's most effective against.
Oh no. Look up hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, sorry. I had to go talk to somebody. The thing that our good friend Octavian, I believe, here is talking about is on top of the White House. The thing I'm talking about, I believe, is an experimental laser project on a ship the U.S. has. We weren't talking about the same thing.
Yeah. What I'm referring to is on top of like 3 of the U.S. most I don't know if you call it cherished, but our most important buildings. And it's actually mobile. So, like, they can move just certain vehicles with the shit and have it be in place in certain places if they need it to. So, like, oh, it's going over here. I mean, given it probably won't fucking, reach it in time, they'd be like, oh, it's gonna reach this. Drive the fucking signal over here, drive the missile part over here. All right, now it's the guy. All right, it's going here. Da 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 da. Coordinates. Type it in. Boom.
So Octavian, if you have an orbiting vessel, it can go around the world in 20 minutes. A hypersonic missile can go around the world in 8.
Yes. I'm not saying it's gonna be effective against shit like that.
Yeah, I think there is this confusion. Like, we're just
What I'm
geeking out
saying
about
is-
weapons.
What I'm saying is it's effective against all that other shit that isn't fucking that you guys weren't talking about. Hold on, let me go back. The UAVs, the PGMs, cruise missiles, and helicopters is what it's effective against.
Yeah.
I guess technically aircraft too.
Lebowski, you might actually know a bit more of what I was talking about. It's a laser system that I believe has to use the onboard nuclear power plant of the ship, and the idea is it tracks a target optically at long range, and then hits it with a laser that superheats the surface, disturbing the shape of the surface, causing it to spin out of control due to the aerodynamic forces.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I've heard about shit like that, but I've never actually looked into it myself.
Yeah, like well to me that kind of stuff is like it's impactful, but like the notion of a hypersonic weapon, like that it's the most powerful thing that you could possibly think about. Hypersonic weapon, you could take a golf ball, throw it at the earth at hypersonic speeds, and it's gonna fucking destroy Florida, right? Just a golf ball will destroy Florida if it's going fast enough. That's all you need to do. So in space, all you need to do is take some sort of material, throw it fast enough at Earth, and once it gets to hypersonic speeds, like you're fucked. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It's gonna fuck everything up. And that's actually what people are working on. Like China has a lot has been working on hypersonic weapons for a long time. The United States is just getting into hypersonic weapons.
I wouldn't make that claim to
China
investigate. I
has
got a
them
feeling
now.
they've been doing it for quite a while.
I'm pretty sure China has them. I have an article that
Come on, you know the
says they
U.S.
do.
They like to be secretive when it comes to things. You never know.
Dude, China has supersonic weapons. It's like fucking thing, dude. It's crazy. Like if something happened, they could just fuck us up real bad.
Scott, but the U.S. is secretive. You never know at times when it comes to
Yeah,
things.
like well, we could fuck something else too, but like China has it, so we'd be
I
fucked.
mean, the only way to know is to raid Area 51 and find out, right? If
No,
they're working on anything top secret that
no,
that exists or not. No.
no, not back there.
Yeah, the GAEMS has
Super-
already been proven effective against hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, to what like a supersonic missile, like
Hypersonic. Supersonic is beyond sound. Hypersonic is the point.
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, a hypersonic missile. Like if it actually hit the ground on the Earth, it would fuck up. It would fuck up so much. It's not even little bit. Like we're talking about like taking out like the entire state of fucking like that.
It's Scott. Scott, you think in the past when people thought that those were like they were looking at aliens in the sky, you think that some of them might have potentially been military?
Yeah, that was something I always thought. You know these videos you see of where people saying this thing defies the laws of physics. It doesn't. Like it'll like take off at a random angle really really fast or something like that. I could totally see a hypersonic missile going along, getting smoked by a laser they're testing, superheats the front of it, and it twists and just takes off in a very quick random direction from the front of it, detonating essentially.
Well, I'm saying like some of the things that the U.S. might be experimenting in, people might think that are aliens, sighting. It could be military tests.
But have you guys ever looked at like they've there's like a computer program where you can look at like a drop of water being thrown at Earth at a certain speed, and it just destroys the entire thing. So if, like for a supersonic missile or a supersonic weapon, if you just had a tungsten rod, say you had a rod that was the size of like a house, a tungsten rod that was the size of a house, and you just shot it at Earth, it was going fucking. I, I don't even know how fast. Like
Nukes are still radically far more powerful than that concept.
dude, I mean, it would fuck up everything.
The rods from the God Project that they designed back in the 80s, I believe, was capable of about 28 kilotons on impact.
28 kilotons. So if you took a tungsten rod and you got that rod to maybe like a third of the speed of light and it hit the planet Earth, that would be like thousands and thousands of kilotons of power.
Yeah, so 28 kilotons for, they said roughly a 20-foot long telephone pole sized chunk of tungsten.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got that computer program where you can do like you can take a needle and if you
I'm actually really concerned about the technology the Russians were using to take Ukraine out in this way. They were using old tech. That that concerns me about the mental framework they're operating from.
what do you mean old tech?
Well, the technology they were using to hit Ukraine from, based on the way it was acting, is late 90s, early 2000s, not modern age. They don't consider Ukraine a threat.
Yeah.
You know, they're not sending their best.
Yeah, but what tech are you talking about exactly? Like what tech?
They were using the old 1 second, I'll look it up. Russian. I forget what
Russia's
I forget
broke.
what these trucks are called.
No. I'm just curious about like what tech is actually being dropped on them right now.
Well, they were using one of those multi-rocket trucks to take out the airport outside Kiev.
Yep.
But it was I counted it. It was 22 shots. So it's their like Gen 3 ones from like from the late 90s.
Like MLRSs are still fucking beast, man. Those things are fucking gnarly. MLRS is a multiple launch rocket system.
Yeah.
And those things fucking get those things are fucking ugly, dude. They can take out an entire grid square with one capsule. It can take out
The thing the Russians just came up with right after the BM-30 Smerch. It's not BM-30 Smerches, but it's the one they came out with just after the Smerch. I forget what they're called.
By the way, lexicon. A lot of when you hear from Russia about developing this missile and that missile, they're financially. You know, you have to have the back end right of attrition when it comes to war, and they might not be able to even. You know, at the end of the day, they through attrition, they.
No, yeah, you're right.
That's a
Russia's
problem.
famous for lying about their military might. You're totally right on that.
I mean, it could be like a more of a propaganda image of
Yeah.
of strength potentially. No, I'm not saying like they could. They maybe they could go invade the next country. But I mean, like, I don't know.
But not Nivek. There is a difference between a missile and a rocket, right? You know the difference.
Oh, a rocket, you just let it fly, right? Well, I mean, ain't a rocket a missile? I mean,
No,
the definition.
no, rocket and missile are totally different things. Missile is something that has like active trajectory. Like it's something that can be flown in a specific way. It's where a rocket is just something that you hurl a specific way, right? A missile has a missile you can use like targeting for a missile. A rocket you just need to fucking shoot it. You know that, right?
No, I never really thought about that. And
Oh no, I guess it had to have been Smerches then. Yeah, I'm wrong. It's the Smerch. They're using Smerches.
Smerches, yeah. Smirches are rockets.
Yeah, but so 1989, early 90s tech against the Ukraine. If they're using that type of tech against the Ukraine, like normally if you're doing a hit hard fast blitz, just trying to take out every military installation all over very quickly, very rapidly, you're gonna bring your best. You're not gonna bring, last night's supper, unless you consider the enemy such a joke that you're clearing your ammo storage, right?
Yeah, you got a blitzkrieg. You can't just be taking your time moving in for people to build up a resistance, right? You just overwhelm.
Well, it's 3 a.m. I'm going to bed. You guys have fun and let me know if Russia's invading Canada.
By the way, Lexicon, so you say Russia's going to bag Ukraine. That's your bet.
Dude, Lex, you're a good dude.
Gonna what?
Bag Ukraine.
I think they already have.
Okay.
Lex, you're awesome. Have a good night, dude.
Yeah, you too.
That's interesting. Scott, you see it the same way? They're going to bag Ukraine?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I don't. But Lex is certain though. So
yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think what you're seeing right now is like Russia trying to exhibit some force, but there's no goddamn way they're taking over Ukraine. Ukraine is the Ukraine wants to be its own country, and like we're already seeing Europe protecting Ukraine, right?
exactly, it's not going to be a cakewalk. Let's put it that way. It's not going to be like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. Nah, I don't think so.
Germany is already taking steps to protect Ukraine. Ukraine is they've been trying to be a part of NATO. I think they will be accepted into the NATO alliance. Once they are, there's no fucking way they come over.
Hey guys, I'm just gonna pull us off the air here. Let's head down to the Trav. Thanks for weighing in. It's quite the day, historical day, I think.
Breaking news.
His position about the fact
Travis coming in with the breaking news.
The fact that Ukraine could be part of NATO, right? Because that to me that seems to be the biggest sticking point is that if Ukraine becomes a part of NATO, it's going to be okay.
All right, everyone who is tuning in right now, be safe out there. Again, don't panic over this stuff. Skepticism, we'll see what things are looking like in the morning. But yeah, as always here, make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell. We will be live tomorrow with another live stream. Perhaps we will be on this topic again, at least doing updates during the day. So be with us
thing,
tomorrow.
Travis, can you put
sleep well. And as always, let art and science inspire.
Seriously,
Travis, a quick thing. Can you run